facing charges for allegedly driving a burning semi-truck while intoxicated on Interstate 80 over the weekend. Authorities in Henry County say the truck dropped burning debris, including cookies, onto the roadway, closing I-80 for 6 hours. Now, Illinois State Police say the incident happened early Saturday morning. 29-year-old Rayleigh Clairvoyant from West Palm Beach, Florida, was arrested and charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. No one was injured in that incident.
That was quite a wreck there. Huh? A truck driver. Did he say he was drunk? And he had a hell of a crash there. Caused all kind of damage. Anyone is in the chat, make sure you can hear me. Let me just do a mic check, audio check, audio check. Let me know if you can hear me there. Oftentimes I have trouble hearing myself. I have to turn my mic up. Make sure I hear myself. Let's see. This road box here. Always awake. Cam, are you able to hear me though? Give me a yes or no. My volume is good. Let me know before I go too far without you hearing anything I'm saying here of importance. Great. So we're probably going to give HB a call about 6 o'clock. Maybe we'll do a prank call on HB about 6. See if he's up and driving yet. Sounds good. What's up, Midwest Accountability 5x5? I'm not sure what that means. 10 or 25. But one of the things that piqued my interest this morning was the number of DUIs and drunk truck drivers. Kind of interesting. So I saw a couple of those. I just played one. Truck crashes and things like that. Here's another one. Let me see if I can let you take a look and you guys draw your own opinion here. Let's see. I don't think there's any video to this, so I'll read this for you. Make sure you're able to see it. Yeah. All right. So here's a guy. He was driving drunk, and he sideswiped a cop that was making an arrest on the side of the road, apparently. A truck driver was arrested in Texas early on Thursday morning after sideswiping a patrol car. The incident occurred about 1:05 a.m. August 1st on Interstate 35, mile marker 295 in Bell County, Texas. Those of you, Camden King, I know you're in Texas. You may know where that is. A trooper was conducting a traffic stop on a motorist, made an arrest. As the trooper was sitting in the car with the person under arrest, a tractor trailer hit the left side of the patrol car and the car owned by the arrested person. The patrol car and the Mercedes sustained minor damage in the incident. 50-year-old truck driver Israel Resilius, I can't pronounce, Olalde of Mexico was in place under arrest for DWI with an open container and failure to slow down, move over. This guy had an open container in a semi. Wow, he was really living life recklessly there on the edge there. Let me go to the next article. This one is of interest, and it may kind of, you see a pattern here. Let me share my tab. Truck driver, again, these are semi-truck drivers, admits he was just really drunk in afternoon rollover. And you can see this guy, he's really rolled over. And truck driver admits he was really drunk on Wednesday afternoon that caused his truck to overturn on grassy shoulder. This happened April 17th, around 3 p.m. on Interstate 41. According to the news, the sheriff was off duty driving on I-41 east of Slinger when he noticed a semi-truck really having a hard time maintaining the lane of traffic. The sheriff put up next to the truck, see if he was on his phone and suffering a medical condition. The guy was drunk and basically overturned the trailer. He was given a breathalyzer test. Of course, he failed that 4 times over the limit. This is really reckless driving here. A really drunk driver driving a semi-truck. It's really amazing. These are professional drivers here. You wouldn't expect to see this type of behavior. There's one more that I wanted to point out to you. I'm going to see if I can find his name. Well, I found his name. And I'll see if that article comes up again. Let me see if I can stop sharing. And I'm going to find this article here. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, wow. There's more than I thought here. Wow, more than I thought. Here's another one. Let's see if I can pull this one up here. Yeah, this is a good one here. Let me see if I can find the first one. I'll show you this one, then I'll go to the next one. This one here is on I-95, which is interesting. It's in my area here, probably not far from where I am, maybe a couple 100 miles. Either way, let's see. Semi-truck driver here. Accused of driving drunk in Camden County crash to kill 4 heads to trial. Wow, this is amazing. This is actually a 22 crash. I guess he's just now hitting the trial or something. This came up. Yeah, it's August 1st. It's Woodbine, Georgia. The driver of a semi-truck involved in a multi-vehicle wreck to kill 4 will go to trial next week. 16 counts, including vehicular homicide, being drunk behind the wheel of a semi-trailer near the Georgia-Florida border. There's one more I really wanted to share with you. That wasn't the one that I really wanted to share with you. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Let me share my screen with you again. And this is an interesting, another one here. Make sure you got my screen. You do. I'll maximize this. Truck driver facing DUI charges in triple fatal wrong way Southern Nevada crash. A 29-year-old man was in custody Monday on charges of allegedly driving impaired on the wrong side of the road when his semi-truck collided with 3 motorcyclists, killing 3 of them, killing all 3. The news is learned. Claude Rafiki was booked into the Clark County Detention Center on charges including 3 counts of DUI. He killed 3 young people: Owen Hart, 22, Athena Faye Taylor, 21, and Jeremy Gibo, all of St. George. They were killed with the cause of death listed as multiple blunt force trauma. So he'll be facing these charges. I was interested about his last name, and I Googled his last name, and I noticed it's of African Swahili origin. So I think the first truck driver was accused of, he may have been a Latino man, and here we have another truck driver accused of 3 murders here. African guy. Interesting. Yeah, HB's mentioned some of these things on the road before, so we're kind of seeing it for ourselves here, and that some of these truck drivers are coming over here and they're having a hard go of it, not causing any wrecks or anything. So let's take a look at the. Let's see if I can say that. Let's take a look at the. I saw some truck driving news that was interesting. Let's see, trucker news. I'm going to share that with you. Trucking news. Something I saw rather interesting today. Here's an interesting article, kind of go in line with that. Let me share that tab. If they allow me to read it, here we are. Okay. Another distressed trucking company files Chapter 11 bankruptcy. New Jersey-based trucking company joins a number of other logistics companies that have filed for bankruptcy this year. It's interesting. Just the other day, we were reading about the transmission companies doing very well, but it seems that the trucking companies are not doing so well. This is July 31st. Financial distress in the trucking industry is growing and leading more logistics companies to file for bankruptcy. After the COVID, about 80,000 trucking layoffs and over 3,000 trucking company closures. Wow. Shipping rates began to decline in 2022. Fuel doubled in price, and the shipping industry faced a trucking recession. Let's see. Some of the leading trucking companies, J.B. Hunt, Knight-Swift, most recently had disappointing earnings in April 2024 after facing weaker demand for their services this year, as inflation stifles spending on new goods. Interesting. All right. Knight-Swift CEO expects demand to rise in the third quarter and the industry to have seasonal activity in the fourth quarter. Interesting. I saw something else about jobs being down in the trucking industry, and I want to see if I can find that. Wow, here's another wreck here. Let's take a look at this one. Wow, it looks like a serious wreck there. You don't want to be on the receiving end of a semi truck. Here's a semi truck crashed in DeKalb County here. Interesting. Atlanta, right outside of Atlanta. Crashed into a vehicle Friday afternoon. Sending the victim to the hospital. The victim's mother spoke about the crash. The crash happened Friday afternoon at the intersection of Memorial and Ray's Road. Okay, I know where Memorial is. The driver, Keith Lamont Richardson, was preparing to make a left turn when the truck slammed into him. They held the phone up to him, and all I could see was blood coming out of my son's mouth. He's bleeding, and his car was smashed like a trash can. The semi truck hit the car with so much power that it dragged the vehicle completely across the intersection. First responders took the victim to Grady for treatment, where doctors found a blood clot, in his head from the accident. Wow, this is very sad. They need to slow down, the mother said. Pay attention to your surroundings. Pay attention to what's in front of you. You're not the only ones on the road. This woman said she lost 2 family members after they were hit by a semi truck. Apparently, the driver had a medical emergency. Wow. Okay, there you go. Very sad, but wow, another terrible article. Truck driver shot in head and shoulder on I-40 in North Carolina. Wow, what in the world? Whoever knew truck drivers would be getting shot driving? Let's see here. The man was arrested and charged on Thursday in connection with the interstate shooting that left a truck driver injured. They discovered the truck driver been shot in the head. It appears that the suspect drove through Mocksville, firing a handgun, and didn't travel I-40 eastbound from the Highway 601 exit. The suspect then fired rounds and struck the truck driver and truck. Wow. Damn, that's amazing. He had to be shooting pretty high to get a bullet into the truck. Let's take a look at trucking jobs. I saw a headline there. This is the headline I wanted to take a look at here. And let me see if I can update this. And so this is the an article I wanted to cover about the 4th consecutive month here of truck driving jobs. Let's see if I can get on that. Where's that? Okay. 4th consecutive month of decline in truck manufacturing jobs. It's very interesting. You heard the trucking companies say that they were doing poorly, and now you have a decline in jobs here. Let me see if I can edit this for 1 second. Give me 1 second. What we have here? All right, let me maximize this a bit. 4th consecutive month of declining trucking jobs. The full 12-month total puts jobs in the truck transportation sector 30,000 jobs less than where they were a year ago, while warehouse jobs surged. Interesting. Trucking transportation jobs fell in July for the 4th consecutive month, and now are 30,000 jobs less than where they stood a year ago. The 4th month sequence of job declines in the truck transportation sector. Following revisions is a decline of 1,600 jobs in April, 6,800 in May, 900 in June, and 2,400 jobs in July. At 1.5 million seasonally adjusted jobs, truck transportation employment stands 30,000 less than it was in 2023. At the other end of the spectrum was a stunning rise in warehouse jobs in July. Cam the King, you may have some thoughts on this, combined with a revised figure that for May that has taken up total employment in that sector by 16,000 jobs. So a shift from trucking to the warehousing and storage jobs rose 10,000 jobs to 1.7 million jobs. There were upward revisions in May and June. The 10,000 gain in warehouse jobs in July was the largest since its 16,000 increase in March of 2022. Cam, whenever you're ready to join, I'll put the link in the chat. I'll be curious to hear your opinion on these warehouse jobs increasing while the trucking jobs are decreasing. While there are signs of improvement in market conditions to be excited about, exactly when the spot market will become fruitful again in a sustained way is unclear. With many analysts now indicating a rate recovery may be another year away, it will make sense we continue to see a reduction in market participants from the carrier side. Interesting. So the high interest rates are kind of doing a job on the carriers there. Trucking jobs continue to slide amid sustained low rates. What other low rates here that they're referring to? Low rates continue to wreak havoc on the trucking industry, forcing a few thousand more trucking jobs out of the market last month. Let's see what the low rates are. This marks the fourth consecutive monthly loss. I think we covered that. David Spencer, Vice President at Arrive Logistics, told Landline that July's trucking job loss was a symptom of an extended period of poor trucking spot rate conditions, although greener pastures are somewhere on the horizon. Okay, interesting. It is possible we are seeing carriers and drivers who have been patient throughout the duration of the ongoing down cycle throw in the towel after another lackluster peak season. While there are signs of improvement in market conditions to be excited about, exactly when the spot market will become fruitful again in a sustained way is unclear. All right. So kind of some up and down in the trucking industry. It seems that the people making the transmissions are doing very well, but the spot market for trucking is a little slow there, And there were a couple other articles that I wanted to discuss with you, but first I'll look at the comments here. Give me 1 second. Let me do a little housekeeping here. I'm going to take a look at the comments for a second, see what you guys in the comments. Start at the top. Let's see who's in the chat here. Cam the King, Midwest Accountability. What are you doing up so early? Are you in trucking? You on the road? Oh, he's a truck driver. I see that. You've been on my. Oh, okay. Was I on your live? Was that you? I was on your live this morning. Yeah, I like the way you handle your show. You have your camera and you have like the time and everything. We may incorporate that into our show. One of these days, you have to come on our show. We have to interview you. We have a younger truck driver. He's only been on the road about 1.5 years. I think you say you've been on the road about 7 years, if I'm not mistaken. So we have to bring you up one day, and if you're interested, it's like a working man's show here, truck drivers, things like that. So if you're ever interested, you want to get on the show, feel free. I'll put the link in the chat at some point. Good morning, Ava. Ava, missed you last night. I hear you guys had a good time. You and Rashid the other night. John, why are you up this early? Oh, I've been up much longer than this. Oh, that's about 1.5 hours from you. Hey, did Blacks ever come get those the zero turns from you? Cam the King, we need to know. People want to know because the next man up, if he didn't come get them yet, you have to let us know. I'm assuming Ava is talking about that car crash. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you can't drive anything at all, really, but driving a truck drunk is extremely dangerous. You can really kill a lot of people. Angel, man, I meant to send you a cash app. I'm going to do that. Matter of fact, I'll do that right now. Where's my other phone? I really enjoyed your show yesterday, Angel. You know what I said to you? I said, man, Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris have been able to speak as fluently as you in the last couple of years. I haven't seen any one of those guys speak as well as you, particularly not Joe or Kamala. You sat there and you held your own for a show. I don't think Kamala could do that. Could have done what you did yesterday. Definitely not Joe Biden. Hell, I don't even think Obama could have done it. He couldn't have taken any challenging questions. He's just been mostly coddled all his life. But you sat there for, I don't know, a couple of hours at least, and you handle all their questions, man. My hat's off to you. I have to see you. Where am I finding my phone? I see you catch it. He said, was it Angels Army 2, right? I think I remember that correctly. You put that in the chat for me, Angel. You want to get up here, maybe we put your cash app in the banner for a little bit today. Did anyone see Angel's show, by the way, yesterday on CT show? I thought he did handle himself very well. Angel's smarter than people give him credit for. I think he's a little humble. He like sneaks up on you. You don't think he's all this smart. He plays kind of a stick in a way. But, I saw him reading a comment from someone. I can't remember. It was a super chat. And the super chat was, misspelling, autocorrect or something like that. And Angel was reading it, and he immediately corrected, noticed it and corrected himself mid-flight, while reading the sentence, the super chat. And hell, I've seen Joe Biden read, the things in the margin from the teleprompter, like period, stop, look left, look right. He'll read everything in the teleprompter that he sees. The script say, everything that whatever they tell him to do, he reads everything. And here Angel is, with the foresight of awareness to pick up on a typo and correct himself while handling the stream. You gotta give man credit for that, thinking on his feet like that. What else? Who else is in the comment? Midwest, I don't even drink while on a 34-hour reset. Wow. Okay. Why not? You're in a nice town sometimes. You want to have a nice little drink or something. You don't even do it. So when you're working or reset, you're pretty much on the clock. And if you can't have a little cocktail wind down, that's very professional of you, though. People on the road, I'm sure, appreciate that. I don't know your background. I think you are American. More specifically, maybe a white guy. You saw the wrecks that I highlighted there. Africans and some like immigrants or whatever that seem to be on the road here driving. I'm curious to know what your thought is about the how immigration is affecting the safety on the road. Feel free to chime in anytime. Trucking with Callahan sound. Yeah. I remember that. It's something, a morning cop or something too. Morning cop watch or something with Callahan, right? I just have a terrible memory, but I do remember. Yeah, I was just on your show earlier this morning. I think I was you was in South Dakota, right? I think you were in South Dakota, yeah. I wonder what the damage looked like. Oh man, the bikes, the people, bro. The people, he killed those people, 3 people. Hell, I'm starting to wonder, did he do it intentionally? Anyway, what are the odds of that? Do you need a trucking license to drive a big rig? I think these guys, yep, they would answer that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But someone was talking yesterday that you don't need a CDL to drive like a box truck or something like that. And I think people are somewhat negative about the box truck drivers, like they're a little bit more sketchy. But yeah, definitely for a semi on the highways for sure. Midwest Accountability said rates continue to suck because mega carriers take any load regardless of rate. Well, why do they do that? Why would they take any load regardless of rate? That wouldn't seem to make sense to you, John. What's the link? I was sending you an email. What link? What link are you referring to? Oh, you want me to drop the string? Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Trucking with Callahan. Yeah, I remember that now. HB is not here yet. We're gonna give him a prank call a little bit later in the morning. See if he's up. I won't even text him. We're just gonna call him from his Google phone number. I don't think he'll recognize the number. We'll see what he says. Anyone want to jump up on here and prank HB about 6 o'clock? We'll text him about. We'll prank him about 6. Unless you want to do it earlier, we can do that. As soon as the HB. HB he's hilarious, man. Yeah, he makes his trucking channel go. I will say that. Almost 8 years. Yeah, I think our resident trucker here has been doing trucking for about a year and a half. So he's learning a bit. He still has quite a ways to go, I imagine. Um, we talked about him like becoming an owner operator, but it seems to be like a lot of barriers to entry to becoming owner operators based upon the articles I was just reading. The trucking industry slowing down. As you said, the mega carriers will take any load regardless of rate. It seemed to be very, very difficult, like predatory for a small mom and pop to get in the business. I was talking to someone, maybe it was on your stream, where someone said that owner operators have been banned in California. What's accountability? If you know anything about that, feel free to speak out. But that would be interesting if owner operators in California have been banned. Interesting. Let's see what we got. Not yet. Not yet. Oh man, I'm assuming you're saying Black says it come and gotten the zero turns. We next man up. What does he have? Another day or so? You got to get on the next guy. Salute John in chat. I was I think I mentioned it more or less on his stream. Hell, I thought he was in radio as well as he runs a show. He has a voice for it as well, but he seems like maybe lean a little Democrat, but he's very pragmatic, and so he said, hey, if you broke, you're probably going to vote Democrat. And you don't hear many people say that. Many Black people, in particular, Black guy like that, will say that. But I can't really read where he stands politically. But he's very, pragmatic, and he'll obviously diplomatic as well. Yeah, he runs a nice show, man. I like Sam. I guess you're a man. But yeah, I like his show. Yeah, I like the way you run his show. Yeah, people tend to respect him on the show. Not a lot of screaming or shouting over each other. So yeah. Next time you're on there, you tell him I gave him his show compliments. The show he's talking about, in case anyone is interested, is Platinum Elite. I think that's the name of the show. Correct me if I'm wrong. Platinum Elite. View tab. Am I sharing this tab? Maybe that's not him. It was Platinum Elite, right? Yeah, I thought it was Platinum Elite. Yeah, this is him. This is him. I guess he's not live today, though. Or maybe he just ended. I think he streams a long time as well. Let me see if he's live today. This morning. He probably just ended. I streamed 16 hours ago. Well, this is from yesterday. So this was the show I was on, the stream I was on yesterday. So maybe he's done. Oh, I didn't even share it with you. Here's Platinum Elite right here. At Platinum Elite, you'll find him. And this is the stream that I was on with him yesterday. But I've been on other streams of his once or twice before. Yeah, I enjoy his show there. You guys are interested in long streams. I think he usually goes overnight sometimes, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. But yeah, very good show. Dead Thoughts. Let's see what Dead Thoughts has to say. I think that's Cam the King. If he doesn't come, I got another guy for sure coming. Thanks for the help. Oh man, this is actually the kind of the highlight of the show there. I was hoping that those guys could have split them up. And maybe Angel, not Angel, but Black Stick 1 or 2, some Flow, somebody. Maybe if they were in the business, it probably would have been even better. They probably would have already been there to pick it up if they were in the business. W Angel, yeah. Angel held his own yesterday. You got to give him credit for that on CT's chat. Angel and CT. Yeah, no, indeed. Radio phone, because it's go time for Gen X. We go make all the money while these weak. Hey, but there's an article in the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times. I'm gonna look to see if the New York Times early morning hours. If it's not in the New York Times, it was in the Wall Street Journal, and maybe it was the Wall Street Journal. Let's see. But yeah, man, for years I've been able to wake up, never even need an alarm clock. Just get up. Let me see. I wish I could find that article for you guys. Early morning hours, 4 a.m. So I vaguely remember this article. This may be it right here. Let's see if this is it. Let me share my tab. For you guys that wake up early, you may understand this. I think this is the article here. We're not going to be able to read it anyway. I guess I could go to archives, but this may not be the article. But the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, talked about the benefits of waking up very early. It's just talking about the benefits. This is it. This is the article here. I probably have to go to archives, but I'm going to pull it up and see if they have it. And I'll have to go to archives. They may have that. Let's see. All right, they do. I'm going to share this tab. So here's an article I read a few years ago from the Wall Street Journal. Why 4 a.m. is the most productive hour. Tackle personal tasks before sunrise. Find focus before distraction begin. You wouldn't believe this. I've been out. I made up a bed already this morning. It was a room that I left like half done yesterday. So I went this morning, finished the room off, put the sheets on the bed. I did that probably about 4:30 or something. From Tim Cook, 4 o'clock, whatever it was. From Tim Cook to Michelle Obama, early risers are checking emails and working out before dawn, and then working a full day. It's an article by some Wall Street Journal reporters. Most people who wake up at 4 a.m. do it because they have to. Others rise before dawn because they want to. That would be me. I want to. This guy, founder of design firm Design Pickle, says 4 to 6 a.m. is the most planned, most organized, most productive, most scheduled part of my day. It's a crapshoot from there. I would say it's the most productive as well. Well, you know, he goes on to talk about his family, blah, 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 blah. You're probably not that interested in that. But he just talks about how, you know, or I can talk about it probably even as well as the article does. No one's really up at 4 a.m. You can move around on the streets if you need it. Go from point A to point B. You can travel very easily. You need to get up and think. No one's going to be calling you. Not much is on the news. Unless you want to watch the news, you can seek out the news. But it's like probably the freest time of the day that you get to think and plan out your day without much interruption. So that's kind of what their article from the Wall Street Journal is about. And I've been doing this for years. They write an article, but it's kind of a lived experience there. Let's see. Radio Foreman says, "Cheers, Sam." Yeah, can you email me back? I dropped it. Okay, yeah. I'll do that in just a second. San Jose, you're up early in the morning. Why are you up so early? You headed out to today's Sunday. You may not be headed to work. We work 7 days a week these days now. So, are you headed out to work, or are you just an early riser yourself? Sam, foreign drivers have the trucking game messed up on top of other problems in the game from an owner perspective. Why don't you get on the chat? And I would love to hear more about that. I've done quite a few streams about migration and things like that. So how is it affecting the trucking industry from your point of view? I would love to hear that. I'll put the link again. What's up, Cam? What's up, Cam?
Hey, what's going on, John?
Nothing much. What's going on?
Oh, nothing, man. I was about to go on a run, my morning run, man. I seen you were on, so I thought I'd come check you out beforehand.
I did my weightlifting this morning. I even have ankle weights on right now.
Oh yeah, I've been the last couple of days I've been running with this 40-pound vest, man. It fucking it kicked my ass. Yeah. The first mile, it's like cruising. I usually run like 2.5 miles every morning, and after that first mile, I'm fucking dying, John.
With a 40-pound vest on, hell yeah.
Yeah. I used to run with a 20-pound vest like years ago, and I thought I could just strap on some weight and go. But nah, that ain't the case, man.
40 pounds, that's a lot of weight, man. That's a lot of weight.
Yeah, it's double what I used to, but I'm trying to get back in shape for this run I'm about to do, and kind of like in the Austin area here in a couple months, man.
Oh yeah. Hey, how far are you from Austin, by the way?
Oh shit, maybe 2 hours, if that. Yeah, that's the area I grew up in, John. I grew up in a town about 20 minutes from Austin.
Yo, I hear Austin has changed quite a bit, though. Quite a bit.
Oh shit, John, it's worse than California. Fucking, I don't go to that shithole anymore. I was gonna open a bar up out there years and years ago. I went and visited, and it's so liberal there, man. It's fucking disgusting. The city is shit. Yeah, it's bad, man. It's real bad.
I'm reading your comment here. The lady destroyed my Ducati. Ducati's a motorcycle, right? The 1200. Wow, that's a fast motorcycle.
Yeah, I had a Ducati Monster. That's the bike I got hit on, and she hit me in that Explorer, and it broke that thing apart, John, like it was a Lego set.
Did you go flying in the air, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I thought I had told you. Yeah, so she hit me from the back. I had a helmet on. I hit the car in front of me. It was a truck. I hit the tailgate in front of me, so I'm really blessed I didn't break my neck, but I had that helmet stuck in my head, so I had to do that 8-hour surgery, when I first got there to get that helmet used out of my head.
It's a damn wonder the helmet didn't kill you. You know what I mean? Like, damn.
Yeah, I'm blessed, dude. I should really be dead, man. I'll have to send you I'll email you some pictures of that. Like when I had first started when I used to get on Grace's stream and shit, was in their Discord. I had sent some pictures in there. It took me a while to find them because they're so old, but I got pictures of like when I was on the ventilator, when I was leaving, like getting put in the helicopter that day and stuff like that.
Who took the pictures? Your friends or family?
I don't know who took the pictures at the wreck. My family ended up getting them, but all the pictures in hospital and stuff are from my family. Yeah, it's brutal, but I had never rode in a helicopter until then, so I got a free helicopter ride, man.
You probably don't remember it though, huh?
Nah, that's the thing. I never went into shock, and I was praying to go into shock because they say when you go into shock, you don't feel pain, So I was praying to go into shock. I slipped into the coma when they started doing the operation on my head. I think from the trauma and the blood loss, But I remember getting loaded onto like the gurney. I remember getting put in the air or the helicopter because the way they landed the plane, it was like a mile from the highway. So I took an ambulance from the wreck to where the helicopter had landed, And I remember getting in the helicopter. I remember it was like an hour flight, because they flew me deeper into Texas. There were storms that day, so I didn't go to the hospital locally. I went like probably like an hour and a half away. Like that's how long the ride was. I couldn't even tell you how long the drive was, but I was awake through the whole helicopter ride. I remember them, like when I landed, I remember them taking me out on like the board from the helicopter. I remember getting into the hospital, going into like surgery, and I remember they cut off like all my gear because I was in full gear from, like where the motorcycle gear, like them, like them pads and shit, like elbows, all that shit, the helmet. And I remember them like talking to me and stuff, and that's the last thing I remember. I just remember like shaking and shit, and feeling real cold. And she kept telling me look over here, look over here, look over here. And I thought when I woke up, I thought they had put me to sleep, but apparently, no, I went to sleep because that's, I knocked out. So I thought by me knocking out, I thought they had put me under with anesthesia. But when I got the full story months later after waking up, she said I had passed out on the table then.
What did they want you to look at?
They were like trying to cut my clothes off and stuff. And I think I was starting to like shake and stuff. So she was telling me look forward because I had the helmet on, and they were trying to cut the helmet off of my head, and I kept like turning my neck and shit, every time they started trying to cut because that shit was like flying in my damn face, I was wide awake for it. So I think them fucking around on the back of my head is what like really, and all that blood loss because I had to have 3 blood transfusions once I finally went under and stuff. So that's the only thing I can assume is that's why I went under is from them fucking around with that thing. I had like something like I think it was 18 or 22 staples and stitches like in the back of my head from where that helmet, had gotten fucked up in there. So I still wear a helmet till today, when I ride around because it saved my life. But they could also kill you. I found that out real quick.
It's like a seatbelt. It's like the gift
Yeah.
and the curse. It saves your life or it could kill you.
Yeah, have you ever seen with them seatbelts? My mom, she used to be an EMT, and she said that like little kids that are like under like 12 years old, they always tell them don't put the seatbelt on them. Make sure they're in a car seat, because she said she would respond to wrecks and stuff, John, and the seatbelt would decapitate the little kid. I swear you did a stream on something like that too one
we
time.
talked about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember coming up and telling you about my mom, always saying that with the kids and stuff. Yeah, she said it'll cut their head clean off, man, like a razor blade, man. Just take it clean off. And you wouldn't expect that from a seatbelt. I've been in like 5 wrecks, and it don't seem like a seatbelt is strong enough to do that. But I guess she said something about like in the neck. The child's neck isn't all the way formed like an adult's, so it'll just go through them like butter, man.
Hey, since you're in the warehouse business, I wanted to ask you about the business climate in general, if you don't mind. There, you heard where I mentioned the warehouse and the trucking business struggling, but the warehouse jobs have increased. You heard that, right?
Yeah, that really doesn't surprise me. Like I was saying the other day on stream, summertime's a pretty busy time for me, so it would make sense that right now what surprises me is that the trucking isn't increasing. It seems like we're always we're always in need of truckers. So I'm surprised to hear that not growing. But also a lot of folks don't want to do a job like that nowadays. You spend a lot. I don't think people realize, like, maybe HB would be the good one to talk about, but to talk about it. I don't think people realize how much time you spend away when you're a trucker. And if you have a family, and say you're not doing a local job, which is really a rarity, most of these drivers go out of state and stuff like that. If you're not driving locally, you could not see your family, John, for a month.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, it's a real long time.
I think the guy in the chat that he has a trucker channel. I go on his channel a lot of time. He was in South Dakota today. And I think HBU, maybe it was him. I get people mixed up. Talk to so many truckers. They go to California or something. He was saying that they get just stuck out there waiting to drop their load or pick up their load. And all that's like time away from home and stuff like that. That's kind of crazy,
Oh yeah, well, like on the holidays here at my warehouse, John, like especially Christmas time and stuff, there'll be trucks, because it takes so long to load a truck. It takes like 2 hours to completely load a truck with boxes. So trucks are constantly coming and going. There'll be trucks parked in the parking lot, like during like the holidays where we get real backed up. Some of these trucks will wait 4 or 5 hours to be able to pull into a bay. So I don't doubt it. Especially a bigger warehouse, they could be waiting all day, John. I'm sure.
Damn. So this is why truckers keep their trucks on to stay cool if they're somewhere hot. Is that right?
Yeah, so, definitely, man. A lot of them got like.
Go ahead.
Or a lot of them got like full beds in there, fridges in there, shit like that. They'll just be chilling. I'll see them like when I come to work. There's a big old like Loves off the highway out here by me. Like the big ones for truckers where they could take a shower. And every morning, I usually leave here at like 7 a.m. And certain times of the year, it's still dark, at that time. So you'll see all them trucks with all the lights running, the trucks running. If I go in there and like get cigarettes or something, all the trucks that are parked in the parking lot are running.
So they're waiting to just come to a warehouse like yours and pick up a load or drop a load off?
Yeah, either that or they're spending the night there, or they might have gassed up, or they're stopped. They have a day or two off. A lot of those big gas stations like that will let them sleep there too.
I see. Yeah. That makes sense. You mean like park their trucks type thing?
Yeah. They have spots for it. Like at least the Loves here, it's probably like 3 times the size of a Walmart. With their parking lot. And they can park out there. They have like a food inside there. I'll go in there and buy cigarettes, and you'll hear them on the intercom, like, trucker so and so, your shower's ready. So they got a place in there they can shower.
Is that how it works? Damn. Okay, you're giving me some inside baseball information here.
You ain't never been into a Loves like that?
I don't think I ever paid attention to like, you know, the trucker, you know, like they have a queue for the bathroom and things like that.
Oh yeah. Most of the loves in at least in the area that I'm at, I've even been to like Oklahoma and like New York, you know, New York State, like Syracuse, and the loves out there, same thing. They got showers for the truckers. Some of them have like real nice places on the inside where you could eat, you know, and like shop and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It gets pretty crazy. Like they got do you know what Buc-ee's is? The gas
I've heard of
station.
it.
We got
I've
Buc-ee's out here, and it's the same way.
I've heard it. Like I think I've heard HB or some other truckers mention it. I don't think I've ever been to one myself. We had like Quick Trip, and I've heard of like the Flying. I've been in Flying J, Quick Trips. What's some of the other ones?
Okay, I know those two.
Yeah, you know, there's a Congress member, I want to say, that owns some of them out of Tennessee. Maybe Bill Frist or someone. Maybe it was Bill Frist that owns some of those, or Haslam, or somebody owns some trucking companies. Haslam was maybe a NFL owner or something, but yeah. Take a look at this, Cam. There's some business news. Well, I'll start with this one, then we'll work our way to probably more important business news. San Francisco, the city, right? Oh, damn, you can't see that. Glad I checked the screen. Let's see. San Francisco, the city, San Francisco, proposes student loan forgiveness fund for first responders. I didn't even know first responders had to go to college.
Hey, me neither. I thought they just got licensed, John. That's crazy.
Yeah. The Board of Supervisors this week approved an ordinance establishing a student loan forgiveness program for first responders in the city if voters approve the measure during the November election. I'm sure they will. The ordinance sponsored by Supervisors Asha Safai, Matt Dorsey, and Shaman. Wasn't it a Shaman in the January 6th? Yeah, I think it was
I don't remember the name.
Will allow voters to decide if the city's administrative code should be amended. That's very interesting, man. I didn't even know that I didn't even know you had to have a paramedics, registered nurses. Okay, I can see registered nurses. Police, fire, sheriff. I mean, you know, let me finish. Police, fire, sheriffs, paramedics, registered nurses, 911 dispatchers, emergency supervisors, and coordinators will also qualify per the ordinance. During the meeting, Safai, who is running for mayor this year, said staffing shortages among first responders had become a dire situation. He also described the public safety and healthcare system as severely strained. We need creative incentives to prevent a catastrophic breaking point, blah, blah, blah. These are people we count on every single day, blah, blah, blah. The goal is to build a loan forgiveness and job training fund to $25 million and provide up to $25,000 in loan forgiveness and job training for each qualifying employee.
Come on, what the fuck, man?
Sorry, John, go ahead. The ordinance needs more than 50% approval from voters to pass. I suspect that'll pass it.
50%, so a majority.
It need a simple majority. I think that one will pass. I don't know what you guys think. Let me look in the chat and see what the people are thinking here. I just catch up here. Sam, I am AB5 in California prevented drivers from leasing their truck onto a carrier or driving. Wow. But you can be totally independent as on. So you can't lease your truck to a carrier, or you can't drive as a 1099, but you can. Wow.
You know what that sounds like to me, John? They're just fucking with independent truck drivers' money, man. Shit, that's what it sounds like.
Well, I think every law, every rule that's been passed damn near in the last 10 years, probably even more, but it's been like small businessmen, punishment. The hurdle gets higher and higher for him to get in business and stay in business, whereas the big business, they can easily eat these costs. Hell, they can pass them on. Someone said, hell, the other truck driver said, the big truck companies would take anything, just ship it all. It's just like dumping, like shipping, like it's like logistics dumping, where they're taking any rate and they're putting other people out of business. Yeah, I don't know
Oh
what to
yeah,
say
because
about
they
that.
can afford to take those losses. You know, think about a big
Yeah,
company like a small company like me. Like I have to negotiate at a certain thing. You know, like these big companies, they do that all the time to small business. You know, they'll undercut small business. They could take these real small gains, and still do a better deal. Than like a small business that has overhead and stuff like that. That's how you push out the little guy. That's just hustling 101.
hey, what do you say? I'm looking at your comment right here. Something tells me they're going to the pawn store, John. I don't know why I can't read this morning. And that wasn't the intention. But he said he's coming. I got another guy from another stream. Yeah, man, yeah, you wouldn't want, otherwise you just giving money away. In that sense, it'd be better off for you to just sell them yourself. If you're doing someone a favor
Yeah.
and then they're just going to turn around and sell it, that would be just a tragedy.
Yeah, I had seen dude on stream say some shit when I wasn't there. He said something about, well, you know what I'm gonna do with them, man. So
Who
that's
said
the
that?
case then. Yeah, yeah. Blacks.
Oh, I didn't hear him say that. I'm assuming he's
Yeah,
going
it's
to do the
after
right
I
thing
got
about it.
off
But
because of my voice. So
oh
yeah,
wow,
if that's
yeah,
the case, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll reconsider because my original intention, man, was to bless it because you always talk about what we could do for crowd fundraising and stuff.
yeah, yeah,
For
yeah,
people trying to start businesses, and that's why I originally got the shit, and stored it. I thought, man,
yeah,
that'd be a good blessing for somebody on John's channel
yeah,
that's trying to get a
yeah,
foot in the door because
yeah.
those
It
are
really
big
would have been.
expenses if you're trying to
Hell
start
yeah,
up, John.
yeah,
But I
yeah.
got something for you from the thing. My
I
bad to
was
cut
say,
you off.
nah, that's no problem, man. We having a back and forth conversation here. Yeah, you know, as we go along, man, and this is my thoughts. The central bank digital currency, whatever the hell they call that, the just big business being more and more dominant. Um, Look at how, as an example, super chats. YouTube takes 30% of that. That's a hell of a vig, man. And the little man finds himself working, and the software is just cutting out, more and more of his cut. And I think,
Oh yeah.
as the little guys, all of us down on the street, on the street level, it's kind of hard to fight against software. But there are ways, and you kind of requires forming a village of a sort. I think that's one of the reasons why COVID was so effective in that they isolated everyone. You'd stay at home. You couldn't go to the bar. I talked about how hell was it the American Revolution was started in the Green Dragon Tavern. I think that's where it was, right there. Green Dragon Tavern in Boston, and it just shows you that a handful of people can be very powerful. Um, and
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what COVID was about, and I think
Well, I'll have
for
to
the
take some
mhm.
pictures for you, John. Like, I live in a very small town, a very small community. Like, now, there's a couple big towns around me, but if I had to ballpark it and know that I was ballparking it low, I'd say at least 25% of small business in my town shut their doors forever after COVID. I'll have to, like, next time I go downtown for something, I'll have to take some pictures for you, John. Like, you walk downtown, like the old downtown down here, and it's
Yeah,
just nothing but empty storefronts and stuff like everywhere, man. Like a lot of these places were like little diners I went to for years that were like little mom and pop places, or like
yeah,
there's a little place in town I used to go get like tires from and stuff like that for the ATVs. They're not there no more. It's just so many little things that just didn't make it through that, that went day to day making their money. It's just crazy, man, and that's all over the place, man.
yeah. Hell yeah. You see it here. You see it everywhere. Here, I think you know the companies, even the big companies, by the fact that they are allowing, say, stealing and looting and things like that, it just created an environment where even the big companies have bailed out of the cities and left empty storefronts downtown. Um, and if a big company can't make it, then surely a small company is going to have a very difficult time making it here. I've been on this thing that the software, be it YouTube, the algorithms, Google algorithms, whatever the case may be, Uber, DoorDash, all that stuff. I think that those algorithms are heavily weighted in favor of the companies, which makes sense. They pay for the algorithms,
Oh, yeah.
they build them out, right? And so I've been following a lot of Uber drivers because I think that they're like the tip of the spear. They're the easiest ones to manipulate because they really have no contact with their customer. They're picking up basically anonymous people, dropping them off anonymously. And the only, if they're dropping them off at a public place like an airport or something, they'll have an idea where they're dropping them off. But otherwise, they're just picking up people at coordinates, right, on the map. They don't know who, they don't know where, and so they have no attachment to your customer. Similarly, restaurants, same thing. People are ordering DoorDash, and the customer is not coming in. It's harder to upsell someone something online than it is in a store. You don't have the sights and sounds, and if you don't have a familiar menu, then a smaller restaurant has a harder way to go. So let me show you an example of some of the things I've been noticing in the Uber DoorDash world. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, pull it up here. And oh man, I may be able to. Let's see if I can read it here. Can I read it? I may only be able to read it from my phone because I may not have joined it on my computer. But anyway, so this was a link about Uber drivers, and they were just talking about like the paltry rate of fares that they're getting. And I get a chance, I'll bring it up on my on my phone because I can't seem to read it from my computer. But yeah, just the rates that they are receiving very, very low. Let me see if here's a number.
Oh, I don't doubt it. You know what I've been seeing like in a lot of big cities that I visit, talking about Uber Eats and stuff. I see people driving like those those like stand-up electric scooters or even bicycles, John, and they're delivering in the city.
Yeah. Did you see the stream I did about the migrant in DC where he was making $1,100 a week driving a scooter delivering food?
No, damn, that's good for driving a scooter. Shit, no overhead.
Man, and look, no license, no insurance, nothing. Let me see if I can show this to you guys again.
There's a guy that got a YouTube channel where he drives one of those like stand-up scooters like I was talking about, and he's got like 2 million followers, man. And he just does YouTube videos of him like going to get Starbucks for these people. I don't know what city he's in, but then he films his little scooter taking off and stuff. I thought, man, what a good little idea if you live downtown, like you'd just be killing it, man. No gas, John.
Well, they have to put gas. Many of them have motor scooters, gas motor scooters. Like I have an electric motor scooter, but they have gas, right? So they do have to pay gas. In fairness, let me see if I can find this article that I showed you. Let me see.
Well, he just had one of those little stand-up ones that you stand up on. You can get them on Amazon for like $200, man. I wonder how long the charge would last, though, man.
Well, they have in DC they have them where you can. Oh wow! All right, I think I found this article. I want to show this to you guys if I can find it. Otherwise, I think I found it. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm interested. $1,100 a week on a scooter, man. That's crazy because you're not paying insurance, you're not paying your gas. Like damn near everything you make is fucking profit, man.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find. While I'm looking for it, I'll start with this one. And then we'll see if I can find that one that I really wanted to show you. Let me see. Let me cut the volume up here.
About 10 or more drivers on mopeds waiting to respond to that ding from their apps like Uber Eats and DoorDash and pick up a delivery order and drop it off somewhere else. It's really creating a path to independence for many immigrants who have recently come here to the U.S., but also some questions about regulations and rules of the road. Just yesterday, we met up with one of these immigrants, newly arrived here to the U.S. His name is Samuel. He came here from Venezuela, a country, as you might know, that's undergoing an incredible political, economic, and humanitarian crisis. He told us that he came here seeking a better life, more opportunity. He's been delivering for Uber Eats and DoorDash for some 9 months now. And he says that the job allows him to care for himself and pay rent with friends in Maryland. It provides a level of flexibility, he says, a 9-to-5 job just wouldn't. And he's happy with the money he makes. It allowed him to buy a moped when he was delivering at first on foot and by bike, also to support his family at home. Listen.
This is a much better opportunity than working at a company, in my opinion. Why? Because, for example, I have access to what I make every day. If I make $100 today, I have access to those $100 instantly. What if I had an emergency in my country? I have a sick family member. For example, today, I had my grandmother sick. She has a problem with her arm. They had to take her out, get her checked, and cast her. And today, I had to send her the money all at once.
And in recent months, and in line with surges in asylum seekers arriving in cities like D.C., sometimes bused from states closer to the border, the mopeds do seem to be everywhere. The D.C. Department of Motor Vehicles telling News Nation moped registrations here in the district skyrocketed 164% in fiscal year 2023. And many of the mopeds, though, do not appear to be registered legally. They require a license and insurance. We also saw several moped drivers riding in the bike lanes, which is not permitted. To be fair, cars and cyclists also don't always follow the rules of the road. But one elected official I spoke with recently had a run-in with a moped driver who hit his new car.
They're driving haphazardly. There is no kind of, instructions or guidance for even the users on what they're supposed to do legally. I think that is an area that we can definitely do better on. I have no problem with, folks using this to make a living, right? I mean, we're not here trying to tell them, no, don't do it. I think that's fine. They need to be, follow the rules that all of us have to.
And Samuel, the driver that we spoke with yesterday, the moped driver, said that he recently, police met with some of these moped drivers, telling them that they need to get their mopeds registered. He said that's something that he's happy to do. Nicole?
All right, so Evan, speaking of following the rules, do we know if the majority of these drivers are legally allowed to work here and how the delivery companies like Uber and DoorDash are responding?
Nicole, that's a little bit of a complicated answer. So many of these drivers tell me they are from Venezuela, and because of that, they're eligible for humanitarian parole. That's a program that allows them to be in the country with temporary legal status and eligibility to work for a certain amount of time, typically around several years or so. So many of them do have that work authorization, and others, though, we are told, who do not have that work authorization have borrowed accounts from friends or relatives. That's something that both Uber and DoorDash tell us is against their platform. They tell us that they do everything they can to ensure that these drivers who are delivering for them are who they say they are. Nicole?
All right, Evan Lambert live for us there in D.C. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to News.
Hey, you know what I wonder, John? In every major city I've ever lived in, if your scooter is under 49 cc's, you don't have to have a license to drive it. You don't have to have registration on it. You just ride it like a bicycle. I wonder if these scooters, the ones they're driving, look kind of big. They look like 125s or bigger, like cc's. So if the engine is smaller than 40 or 50 cc's, if it's a 49 cc or smaller, they wouldn't have to have a license to drive it, insurance or anything like that. I have a small motorcycle that's a 49 cc, and I don't have I have a motorcycle's license already, but I drove this thing as a kid to school. I've had it all these years. I drove it as a kid to school, and I didn't need a license or anything. So I wonder if it's the same thing where they can get these scooters, and they would look just a little bit smaller than them. The ones we seen in the video look pretty big, but they could get one of these 49 cc scooters, or even motorcycle and drive around town, not have to have a license or anything.
Let me show you this article here. Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
In DC, you'll see here, quote, there's a misperception out there that if it's under 50 cc's, it doesn't need to be registered, said Captain DC Police. So supposedly,
so y'all must be different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here in Texas, you don't have to.
Moreover, you need a license, insurance, and have to wear a helmet and glasses, some kind of eye covering. He goes on.
Yeah, you do have to wear a helmet here too, though.
You see that? You see this?
Yeah, you can get ticketed here if you don't have a helmet, but we don't have to register them under 50 cc's.
Well, these guys are supposed to register, right? And they're not registering.
So all of them should be registered then, basically, if it's because y'all have a different rule than us.
Yeah, they all should be registered. And no one, I mean, I have one. Mine is not registered. So I'm not arguing with the law. But I'm just saying, like, you know, the reason why I got mine is because they weren't enforcing the law. I said, look, if they're not going to enforce it for them, why the hell should I be out here driving? You know what I mean? You gotta adapt, man. Let me see if I can find this article.
Well, shit, you know how much money you save trotting on one of those in a damn car all day? Shit.
Hell yeah.
John, my truck gets like 14 miles to the gallon, man. Shit, I'd get me one if I lived in DC.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find this article with these guys making that money, because he showed how much he was making. Let me see if I can find it. For the people that haven't seen it, most people have probably seen it if they've been on this stream. But the guy showed how much money he was making. $1,100, bro.
That's crazy, man, especially with no overhead. And you know, he's getting his housing taken care of, John, because he's a migrant. He's living in one of them nice hotels, fed and shit for free.
Yeah, they live downtown, bro. That's why they're able to do it on the scooters. See, if they live where I live, they'd have to have a car.
Oh, yeah.
Because I live too far out to be driving scooters, you know. But well, I mean, you could do it, but it's much easier living downtown and driving a scooter. I don't know if I told you, but you know, they DC government is matter of fact, I know where I have this article. I really want you guys to see it. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I still can't get over that. $1,100 a week just driving that damn thing. John, there's Uber drivers out here. I asked the Uber driver because, you know, I told you about how I've been talking to them when I ride to them, kind of asking them questions like, you got me interested, you know, and everyone I talk to damn near says they're doing it to like put a kid through school or something. The most I heard a dude make in a month so far was $2,900. So your people out there are making damn near double what these people out here are making, John.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Another story that is all new at 11. We want our food delivered fast, and a WUSA 9 investigation reveals the impact a new trend in delivery is having on our safety.
Yeah, so across DC, some moped delivery drivers are breaking laws and ignoring rules, and some neighbors fear it's just a matter of time before someone is injured. Here's our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, with some stunning video.
Cam, Angel, I want you to pay attention to something here. I hope you notice. I want you guys to notice something here
that could inspire change on our streets.
Is he going to swerve? Is he going to stop? You don't know where they're going.
Lisa Abel was walking in her Mount Vernon neighborhood last month when she nearly got a delivery she wasn't expecting.
I thought he was going to hit me because he was coming right at me.
She says a moped food delivery driver was zipping down this narrow stretch of sidewalk and nearly hit her. It wasn't the first time. So
you can tell this is a very nice neighborhood downtown DC, by the way.
Oh yeah, this is nice, man. This is like downtown, John.
Delivery driver runs the light and almost hits you?
Yes.
So twice?
Yes.
What's going on in this city?
I see them drive crazy all the time.
So did we. A moped delivery driver riding the wrong way on 14th Street in Northwest, cutting across heavy oncoming traffic. A moped delivery driver along P Street in Northwest takes his ride from the sidewalk to the street and hits the gas, headed in the wrong direction. We watched as this moped delivery driver in DuPont Circle cuts in between traffic, then blows through a red light. Later,
Notice how there are two people on the back of that bike, by the way.
Yeah. Also, what I'm noticing too is you'd get pulled over real quick where I live for that. You can't have anything behind you that obstructs more than 50% of your view from the back. So, you know, them big things they got on the back look like the food things. You get pulled over within the hour of driving with one of those, man. You can't have anything that obstructs more than 50% of your rear view.
Making an illegal turn while simultaneously running a second red light, breaking traffic laws 5 times in a 30-second span.
I want you to pay close attention right here. This is the money shot.
Standing outside of the Central American Resource Center in Columbia Heights, we spoke with this moped delivery driver on the condition we don't show his face. The center's executive director, Abel Nunez, translated for us.
Did you hear that? They were willing to talk to him and also agreed to not show his face. This man's a criminal. He's committing criminal acts every day. And the media is complicit in this man committing criminal acts.
John, they don't give a shit. It's like them kids that were stealing cars all over the news recently, you know, like the Kias and stuff. And these news people will go fucking ride with the dudes.
Well, this is the kind of stuff that DC allows, as you know.
Yeah. Let me play the rest. I want you to see how much money he's making.
It is about 2 months he's been doing it, and it's pretty good. He makes about $150 to $200 every day.
At upwards of 30 deliveries a day, that adds up to more than $1,000 a week.
You see that?
More than $1,000 a week.
No expenses.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude.
$1,000 a week. At the low end, he made $900. Riding illegally on the roads.
He acknowledged his moped is unregistered.
When everyone at danger too, man.
Permit.
Yeah, look at him. They're gonna let him ride off. Go do another light ride. They ain't call the police or anything.
To work in the U.S., although he said he's trying to correct that. He added he doesn't break traffic laws other than that unregistered moped, but he sees the one.
Well, hell, a lot of people don't break traffic laws except for the one they're breaking.
Yeah,
right?
Think about how much that emboldens a motherfucker too. When they're out there doing some shit like that, a news channel stops them. They get their 10 minutes of fame, and they get a ride on, thinking, "Oh man, I could do whatever the fuck I want, John." Shit.
Yeah. Hey man, yeah. I mean, the police aren't going to do anything. Clearly, you know. Again, I ride my scooter every day. You guys saw me. Nobody does anything like it. You know, the police can't do anything. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you why the DC police, DC at least, can't do anything. DC moped police.
Yeah, I would think they would want that money for the city. You couldn't get away with that shit in Texas. Texas want every penny they could get from you, man.
Now, you know, I got pulled over on my scooter. I told you guys about it, and they have so many scooters that they don't have anywhere else to put them, so they're not taking them anymore. So. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this, guy.
It's shocking.
This morning, justice for Karan Hilton Brown.
It's shocking. I'm in disbelief.
A jury finding 2 Washington, D.C. police officers guilty in connection to the 20-year-old's death. His girlfriend, with whom he had a child, speaking out.
This officer's choice to chase him, and it ended with him passing away. It's just like nothing that can bring that back.
He knocked out, though.
Body camera footage and surveillance video was a major focus of the trial. Officers can be seen in October of 2020.
I knew there was going to be politics involved in it when you said they couldn't get him, John.
As he was riding a
moped.
They were still chasing him as he turned onto a busy street where he was hit by a passing car, dying.
This is in my neighborhood in Northwest DC, by the way. Not where I am now, on the other side of town. It's probably 4 or 5 blocks from my house, by the way. I want you to guys see this.
Prosecutors say Officer Terrence Sutton and former Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski tried to cover up details of the crash and his death, even allowing the driver of the car that hit Hilton Brown to leave the scene and taking no witness statements. Sutton was found guilty of second-degree murder. Both Sutton and Zabowski were found guilty of obstruction of justice and conspiracy to obstruct. Hilton Brown's death led to days of protests and put the police department's chase policy.
Justice for that man that ran from the police, John. Justice for that man running from the police.
Look at these clowns in You can look at the neighborhood, right? This neighborhood, this is the Petworth neighborhood in Washington, D.C., Northwest. The police did not hit this guy. He ran out of an alley and was hit by another car.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been running from the police, John.
If he hadn't been running from the police, they let the man go. The man who actually hit the man and killed him did not even get arrested. The police officers who did not even have anything physically to do with his death are now in prison pretty much for the rest of their lives, you know.
And people were wondering the other day why no one wants to be a fucking cop anymore, and it's because it's because don't nobody give a shit about you, and even your own will not go to bat for you when you need it. You are on your own as a police officer.
You're on your own, bro. You're on your own, you know. And that, you know, that's the case here. Why, you know, the police are not going to pull over people's scooters, because if you take off, they can't chase you. And if they chase you and you slip and fall up under a car, they're going to prison. So there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
They can't chase. Only the Capitol Hill police can chase you because they're federal. So they, you know, they're not going to be punished by DC government, the local government. But
well, you know what's going to happen, John? It's going to be 2 or 3 little kids killed by these motorists, and then everybody in the neighborhood is going to want something done about them, John.
They may want something done about those individual people, but they're not going to want anything done about the problem, right?
Yeah.
That's
crazy, man. That's crazy, dude.
Yo, can you imagine being a police officer? You chasing a criminal, because he was a criminal. I think this guy that was killed, he was suspected to have had a gun. And you hear these liberals all the time talk about gun violence and how they want guns off the street. Well, here's an officer trying to take a gun off the street, and he's chasing this guy, you know, and you know, I mean, he's chasing them in the inner city, so they're going like 25 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour. They're not going like 70 miles an hour where he could have, you know, just being reckless. And because again, how fast could the scooter go? Right.
That's fast, man, to be driving one of those, man. Impact, man.
Yeah. I mean, to get hit by it. But what I'm saying is, like, it's not like the police were going 70, 80 miles an hour, right? Because they were chasing him out. The guy was driving an electric scooter. Those things don't go very fast.
Probably so 40 tops, 50.
At tops. My scooter only goes 45. And so this is one of those city sanctioned electric scooters. I think the brand is
really?
So those things are not going to go much faster than the speed limit. The speed limit in DC is no more than probably 35 miles an hour, unless you're on a highway, and there aren't many highways.
I can't believe they arrested him.
Convicted him. Don't forget that part.
Oh, they're convicted too?
Yeah, that was the article.
Yeah,
right
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's the article right there where they got convicted of second-degree murder. The officer
what the fuck?
Yep. Look, here it is. DC police officer found guilty in fatal. So you notice fatal pursuit. They didn't say running them over or car crash or anything. The man was hit. Listen, he did not have a helmet on, which is again against the law in DC. His scooter was not registered. Once again, you know, it was one that you could rent by the hour. He was driving on the sidewalk, which again is illegal, right? And so the police officers want to chase him. He went into the alleyway where he is hit by a civilian's car as he turned onto a busy street. He was hit by another car, right? He was not hit by the police, and he died as a result of that. And the police, happened to them, found guilty of second-degree murder. The officer who drove the second vehicle was also found guilty of obstruction, and first time an officer has ever been guilty. And he's going to get probably 25 years in prison. That's going to be hard time as a police officer. And just
John, I got a question for you. Have you noticed anything that tends to happen, like anything in common after those big riots that we had everywhere with BLM when it comes to incidents like this? Have you noticed like a common factor in these things? It's like anytime something like this happens where there's a little bit of controversy, like the city is so willing to cave and crucify their own, their own people to not have anything to do with the public, maybe getting upset, having one of these little riots over some bullshit. But it seems like a lot of these people forget that they're out there in the streets marching for people that had broken the law, and then folks come along and do their job and they end up being the bad guy, man. But then when little Deshaun gets shot over on East Avenue B, you're the first one to call the police to want their murder solved, man. It perplexes me, John.
Let me read this too for you and Angel. I want to get your guys' response to this. The DC Council passed this week legislation to further limit police car chases. The measure, sponsored by, which is one of my council members, Janice Lewis George, would prohibit officers from chasing vehicles unless the occupants are suspected of being involved in a violent crime, or if the pursuit would not risk death or bodily injury. The legislation would prohibit officers from road blocking or ramming vehicles. So basically, the police can't do anything unless you have shot someone, right? There's nothing you can do.
You know what I'd be curious to know, John, is if you guys have disengagement rules there. Like I know out here, if a police chase exceeds 100 miles an hour, automatically the police have to disengage or they have to call in to see if they're allowed to go further. Because they say it puts the public safety at risk.
Angel, can you read that comment on the screen?
Byron says bingo, so always rob people on a scooter or dirt bike, bring an extra gas can because they can't stop you.
That's correct. Everyone knows that the police get behind you, you're on the scooter, just keep going. They can't chase you, right? They can't chase you. They don't want to go to prison, right?
Yeah.
If you get hit by a car, they're going to prison. The precedent has already been set, right?
We're doing everything we can to make a police officer not do his job. It sounds good to a lot of people right now, but once you start living in a banana republic and there's no rule of law, you're really going to miss the old ways, man.
Indeed. Some people will. Some people won't. The Capriano says, will it be overturned? I don't think there's going to be a basis for overturning.
No, city ain't going to risk that. City ain't going to risk them people rioting in the streets. Like I said, they're willing to crucify their own people so that they don't get any throwback. Think about how many people they just made happy locking up some more cops, man.
Yeah, let's see. Because this was 2 years ago, so he's been in prison for a while now. Let's see if the police officer has been released or something. Maybe they let him go in the quiet of the night. And I remind you that this city demanded that a drug dealer be released. Right? He just got released yesterday, a day before. As you can see here, the United States Department of Justice charged the police officer. As I said, in DC, we don't have state prosecutors. So if you are facing justice, you're going to face it from the Department of Justice, right?
Yeah.
So let me see here. Let's see. There's another not guilty. Let's see here. Oh, look at this. The mother of the boy who was killed, right? That's her name. That's the boy that was killed.
She got a payday.
She has been found not guilty of assaulting a U.S. federal marshal in federal courtroom.
What? It just gets better, John.
It gets better and better every day, right? Shortly after the verdict, she yelled out, cursed, and physically struggled with marshals. So this was after they convicted the officers. Look, you see it? After the two police officers were convicted, the mother yelled, cursed, and physically struggled with the marshals.
Yeah, you know what this makes me think of? I just watched a YouTube video, John, like 3 days ago, and they were complaining in the city of Chicago saying, we can't get enough police officers to come work for the city. We can't get guys to come protect the community. Well, why the fuck would you? Why would you want such a shit job when any given day you doing your job could lead to you going to jail for the rest of your fucking life?
Yeah, look at this. She chest bumped the police officer, lunged at him, violently pushing him with both hands. And they trusted her over the police. The police, the chief deputy, and the deputy testified against her. She even took the stand. She was the only witness found not guilty.
Of course.
Man, that is amazing. That is that's really amazing. You know what? We were supposed to be calling HB at 6 o'clock, weren't we? Let's give it a call. What do you guys think? Should we prank call HB? Wake him up.
Wake his ass up, man. He need to be working anyway.
Wake his ass up. Say, hey, HB. Let me do a little update here for 1 minute.
Angel, do a lot lizard voice and tell him that he owes you for her services. You do good impressions.
Angel, you know what you should do? You should do that. You should try to do that. Huh? The HB does. What do you think, Angel?
Oh.
What do you think we should call him? And say, huh? What do you think? You think we should do that?
Yeah, let's fuck with him. He fucks with everybody else enough. Let's get him, John.
What you guys think in the chat? You think we should fuck with HB this morning?
Well, just as the fun way, yeah.
Let's wake his ass up. Let's see. Let me get his number here. Let's see. Gotta do a test. Make sure we connected. Make sure we connected real good.
But
we
yeah,
got somebody call.
But yeah, the stream from yesterday on CT.
What you say, Angel?
The stream on CT's channel yesterday that I hosted lasted a whole 8 hours.
Damn, Angel, you held it down for a long time. hold on 1 second, Angel.
I did make almost $300 from
Look at that, Angel.
The stream too.
Oh, good for you, Angel. Split it with me.
My man, Angel. Listen, you did what Kamala couldn't do, Angel. Kamala couldn't have done that.
And you want to know something? Even though me and Sir have a love and hate kind of thing with each other, he still sent $25 over for a portion of the 50 that to extend the show. And even though he did say "screw you," hyphen extend, he still was willing to send something. And at least I was able to get him to do that. And even a few people were surprised to see that Sir had actually sent something, because how much like he doesn't like necessarily like me, but he doesn't like me at the kind of level there. So that's why I say it's like a love-and-hate relationship with us. And so and with the fact that he like paid numerous times to try to like keep me from being spoken on the CT's actual stream before I had hosted the one that I did about an hour later, it was really surprising the fact that he was still willing to send something over to extend the show from last night.
As I said to you, Angel, as I demonstrated earlier, you saying that the word nigger is like fake outrage. They ain't really outraged by this shit. He used to act outraged. He ain't really outraged by that. He's too old of a man now to be outraged by mere words. It may strike him emotionally for a minute or two online, but then he gets over it, like, because it's fake. He can't maintain the anger long because the shit is fake. You know, that's my opinion. That's just
I don't know, John. Some people be looking for a reason to be butthurt.
I mean, yeah, they may be looking for it. But it's hard to maintain fake anger, fake outrage. It's just difficult to do it.
Yeah, it's hard to maintain any fake emotion, really.
Mm-hmm. Very difficult. Let me call HB here. Let me know if you guys can hear first. Let me turn the volume up. Should be connected by Bluetooth. Do you guys hear anything?
No, not yet, John.
What's calling?
Well, I don't hear it ringing, if so.
I don't know what this is going to see. You know, with John Galt and Angel, you there? HB, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think HB answered the phone. I don't know if I can hear him or not. Can you guys hear HB?
Nope.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing over here. I'm about to figure this shit out at some point.
Hell no, there. Caparano, or sorry if I'm mispronouncing their name. CT had me do it for last night, but I don't know if it's gonna be a permanent thing. But I could care less.
You should do it, Angel. You're natural at it, Angel. You did very well. Even your monologue was very good. You sound out very well with your monologue. You have a pretty good memory too, Angel. You know that?
Thank you.
Let me see if I can call you.
Yeah, I've noticed that about him too, man. He can recall some very small details, especially when he's calling someone out.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I want to remember. He'll remember down to the punctuation someone used.
He didn't answer the phone. He didn't answer the phone here. Maybe next time for HB.
He might be laid up with a lizard.
You never know. You never know. Let's see. Make sure I'm connected here. We tried to call HB, it didn't work out. Let's see if we can call him one more time. We give him one more call. Wake his ass up early in the morning. Let's see if I can get him again. Let's see.
Yeah, tell you what, John, I'm excited. I got somebody coming to pick up this last puppy today, man. These little fuckers driving me crazy, man. Fucking my stuff up.
Yo, how much do you sell those puppies for?
It just depends on who they're going to, but if it's like somebody I don't know, the males I do like $2,000 for, and the females $2,500 to $3,500, depending on what I produce. But if it's like a buddy, I'll hook them up. I just sold my buddy a blue tri out of this last litter for $500.
Hey, y'all hear the phone ringing, right? Hold on, y'all hear the phone ring? Do y'all hear that?
Yeah, now I can.
Come on, Angel. HB may or may not answer.
Your call has been forwarded to.
No answer from HB. Oh, Angel, he was out of it.
He may be
What's up,
asleep.
Ryan? Yeah, he may be asleep. We're catching him too early. We catching him too early in the morning.
This work?
Yeah, no, you're loud and clear, Ryan. You're loud and clear.
Me? Okay.
Loud and clear. You got
my mic. My mic sounds okay.
Who you talking to? Who you think you're talking to? Right?
That's
you got your bedroom voice on. Yeah, no, you're fine.
Yeah, he talking a little low though.
We can hear you though, loud and clear. No, we can hear you loud and clear. We can.
Yeah, you got your wake up voice on, man.
It's my wife is sleeping voice.
Yeah, I know how that goes. I know how.
I'm not trying to get in no trouble.
Yeah, I should learn to be more polite like you, I guess.
Let me jump into a little bit more. Yeah. Let me jump into a little bit more business news since I have you businessmen on the phone here, Ryan. You're in commercial development, stuff like that. This may be right down your alley. We've kind of talked about warehouses and trucking. So I want to show you this, Ryan. Yeah, let me show you this, Ryan. Where is the article? Where is that article?
Is it about DC construction starts? Because they're down.
Is that right? Okay, well, there you go. There. Yeah. DC construction starts are down. Why do you think DC construction starts are down?
Well, private sector. So, so if you're going to build a hospital, if you're going to build number one, commercial buildings are hammered. Number two, the money's not flowing. It's just too much. It's too expensive. The only entity building is the government. They're building military. They pump money into you know, public sector spending is strong. So like infrastructure, dam, wastewater, Blue Plains has stuff going on, you know. But if you look at the way I gauge it is that it's DC tower crane count. So if you drive through DC and you see 50 tower cranes, like they just built all that New York Avenue going down. The tower cranes aren't there right now. If you notice, you know.
Good girl. Good girl.
You know, I used to count them. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
that's
exactly
right.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they you know, they used to say, I think it's probably still saying cranes in the air is like money on the ground being spent.
Absolutely.
Because once that crane go up, man, you got to keep moving forward because it's so expensive, apparently, right?
Yeah.
Them cranes are scary, man. Anybody ever been on the top of one of them?
Not on the top, but I've been pretty high.
Yeah, I've been up in the cab a couple of times. I've had the luxury of getting up in one, man. It's sketchy, man, especially when you get a big gust of wind. I used to work in Port Aransas, Ryan, and we'd be right on the coast, you know, and like all the wind from them waves will come up, man. You just feel like you're gonna go over, bro.
They're gantry cranes, aren't they? You talking about?
Yeah, they're sketch, man.
Those tower cranes are crazy. When they build
Yeah,
a
yeah.
tower crane, what they do in DC is they pour multiple, I'm talking truckload after truckload of concrete, and then they mount the crane to the concrete, and after the job is done, they bust the concrete up and rip it out of there, or they just leave it and bury
Oh,
it.
really?
Yeah, you have to anchor it. They
Damn.
anchor it with massive amounts of concrete. So
That seemed like that would be better though, man. But just the cleanup afterwards seemed like it'd be a lot more, man.
absolutely. But it's a crazy thing because, you know, you're talking about they're hundreds of feet high, and
Yeah,
the max height in DC is 13 stories, right? So they only build so high,
That's
because
it.
they want you to, they want you to see the Capitol and the downtown area, the White House from the highway, not the White House, but the Capitol dome and the Washington Monument. So they have a 13-story height limit.
Yeah, that's
So,
nothing, man.
well, that's why they build down. So they build in the ground like 4 stories or more. And they got to waterproof everything because of the Potomac. So
Yeah,
the
that's interesting, man.
Yeah. So it's funny because in New York, the tower crane, those pedestals that they mount them to, they have to go deep. And a lot of times they just use what's called helical piles because they got bedrock there. They can get down and anchor into that. So,
Well, if you're in that type of work, Ryan, have you seen anything about? I saw this article. It's probably been about a month, and I don't know if it's a for sure thing that's going to happen, but it was talking about the city of Oklahoma City and some building they were trying to get approved. They said it was going to be the biggest building in the U.S.
Tallest or biggest by volume?
It's going to be the tallest, and I forgot what they compared it to. It's like I want to say it was something in Seattle that they compared it to, and they said it would be 2 or 3 times the size of whatever that thing was in Seattle. They said it'd be the tallest building in the U.S. if they get approval for it, and it wouldn't be started until somewhere around like 2030.
I don't know why you would want to do it. I mean, other than
in Oklahoma City at that.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's a phallus measuring contest at this point.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
The Burj Khalifa. Because look, man, just to go up, number one, when you go up in a building that tall, in an elevator, it can only go so fast, right? So you're talking about taking multiple elevators to get all the way up into the building. So you're talking like a 20-minute ride here, you know?
Damn, I didn't think about that. Yeah, there was a dude that he got killed on the Devon Tower, and I don't know if you're familiar with Oklahoma City, Ryan, but you said you do that type of work. He drove a forklift. I lived out there at the time. He drove a forklift off the Devon Tower doing repairs on it and died.
Yeah, that happened. I mean, construction's not a safe industry. We just had a couple years back, they were building Arundel Mills, this place that's a casino, and they do tilt up where they pour the concrete on the deck and then stand it up with a crane. And one of them gave way and 3 guys died a couple years ago. But yeah, it's one of more deadlier industries. So even with all the safety, it's
Yeah,
still
my uncle does a scaffolding.
Scaffold, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, Angel. Hey, hold on, Angel. Get ready, Angel. Damn, HB sleeping in today.
He has been the last week.
I'm calling from a throwaway phone.
Your call has been forwarded to.
You may not recognize the number. Anyway,
I saw him yesterday, John, on Dennison did a stream after your stream, and he was on there until like probably like 8 or 9 a.m. Yeah, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, you know, I had set an alarm to get up to the warehouse, and they were still on.
What are they talking about, stocks and stuff?
Nah, a whole bunch of random ass shit. I forgot one thing they talked about was it was real funny. They were just really going back and forth, kind of shooting the shit. I'm trying to remember what their main topic was, man. I only caught like half of it. Oh, they were talking about NoFap, John. Some dude called in and was like, man, talking about how good it is to jack off and stuff. And he was like promoting, he was like, you need to be jacking off every day, man. It was hilarious, man. Then they got into the science of it. It was him, Dennison, No Crack, Get Crack for Me, and some guy named No or something like that. But they were talking about how spiritual it is if you don't touch your willy, man, for a whole year.
I can only imagine HB.
That sounds crazy. Like that's probably pretty difficult.
Yeah, I think I'd be single if that happened. I don't think I could pitch that to my current living.
I'd be done killed a bunch of people.
Exactly. I know. Well, but I do think there's the other end of the spectrum where I think a lot of these young men with access to the internet, I don't even think they go out and pursue women. They just sit around looking online.
Ryan, I truly believe what you just said. I think it's too easy for them now, Ryan. That's the thing. But I got a theory on porn. It'll make y'all laugh. I think if you're a man and you claim to be a heterosexual man and you watch porn, you're actually gay, low key, because you're nutting to another man, jizzing in a woman, and you cannot tell me that you've never not made that one mistake where they'll freeze frame on the penis and you let your load go at that time, man. You're forever changed after that, man. So I don't watch porn personally, and it's been years, probably since I was like 18, man. So you can't tell me you're a straight man, especially if the latter's ever happened to you, man.
I think it's definitely has societal costs, you know.
Oh yeah,
societal cost to it. So, but I think it should be available to at least magazines to like prisoners, you know. Like if you're in jail, like to keep them people sedated and calm, you got to give them the magazines. You know, here's some magazines. So,
yeah,
otherwise they'll be killing each other.
There's some states where like I said, I don't really watch porn, so I don't keep up with it. I only know this because of a podcast I saw recently. But they said something about some states now. If you go on the website, like a porn website, you have to verify your age, and that was crazy for me to hear. That's a good thing, you know. But like I said, the last time I ever was watching funny, weird shit like that on the screen, I was probably like 18 or 19. Just porn never really did it for me. I'd rather put my hands on something than on a screen, man. I never really understood it.
I'm with you on that.
Look, man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, right? I was gonna tell you, take it. Yeah, go ahead.
If you ever go on one of those sites, there's like 900 different things going on. It's too much happening, you know. And so it's just I can use my mind. I don't, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But I'm married, so I don't really have an issue, you know. So.
Oh, I didn't know you. I remember you said you had a wife earlier. I didn't know that until you had said that earlier.
And she's cool. She knows that men have needs, so she don't make me do a bunch of work around the house and all. So to get any.
Sound like you got a good one then, man.
There you go. There you go.
She don't make
How long you been married, Ryan?
Well, I'm actually remarried in 6 years.
Dang, that's a long time.
Yeah, my first wife was a little crazy, so that didn't work out. But whatever.
Yeah, don't date redheads, Ryan. They're all crazy.
How'd you know?
Because I dated 2 with BPD, and I swore
Look,
I would never date another one again.
look, man, look. Look, my stepson. I'm like, his girl's redhead. She's about 22. She's a firecracker. I'm like, bro. I'm like, listen, take it from me. I mean, I don't want to just tell them the truth, which is they're crazy. They're all crazy. Redheads
Yeah.
are. But I'm like, good luck. Good luck. So I made that mistake. I was divorced for let's see, 12 years after my redhead. So they'll mess you up.
Yeah, they're all the same, man. It's funny because every man I've ever talked to that's had experience with one says the same exact thing, man. So some stereotypes ring true, John.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
A blue-eyed redhead. Too much
Yeah,
color
the blue
going on.
eye and green eyes, those were my weakness.
Yeah, I think they're everybody's.
And Ryan, listen to some of the news coming out of Home Depot. American consumers increasingly overextended on credit card debt and having depleted their pandemic accumulated savings.
Everybody knew this. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy we're talking about them, John. I got something good for them once you read this article.
They started to close their wallet to all but essential non-discretionary purchases such as food and fuel. I mean, that's hunkering down.
So here's the deal. So the pandemic, they injected all that money into the economy. It takes a while for that to cycle through, right? Because if you think about it, if they give someone like if you give someone money, and I'll just run an example. They go out and they decide, I'm going to buy a television, right? Or let's say a truck, or they buy a truck. They take the money and give it to the car dealer, right? The car dealer then has the money. And if a lot of people are doing it, then the car dealer buys a building because he wants to expand, because he's got all this extra money. And then the contractor gets that money, right? Then the contractor goes out and buys a truck. So you end up having to cycle that through the economy. It takes a while to wring all that money out, so to speak. But we're about there. And the way that they gauge that is called the national savings rate. It's usually about 5%. The national savings, so that's all the money in savings accounts and money market accounts across the country. The Federal Reserve adds that up and says, well, this is about what people are not spending, right? That's the savings rate. That during the pandemic, that went up to about 15%. So it went from 5% to 15%.
Damn, triple.
So that slowly come down, and now it's down to about 5% again, which is the money in savings accounts and money market accounts that's available, right? And the credit card purchases have gone through the roof, right? So now the national savings rate is at a negative if you include the credit cards. And so we're out of money as a country. So this little experiment of literally giving out trillions, it took about 4 years to really wring all that money out of the economy. So that's where we are.
Well, we were gonna always pay the price for that in the end. It seems like with the government, it's a time thing where we're gonna try to buy as much time as possible. We know the inevitable that's gonna happen, and we're just gonna continue to delay it and not look for solutions to fix the problem. Just simply delay it a little bit.
Absolutely, that's what they do, and it's because they just get elected and they focus on like getting reelected, and that's it. They just look at these small increments of time, which is one of the problems with democracy is, when the politicians are acting on their own behalf, they're trying to get reelected, So yeah, I'm not surprised at that article, John.
But listen to this, Ryan. The portion of surveyed Americans who state a positive intent to purchase big ticket items such as home, automobile, or major appliances fallen substantially since May. The bigger the ticket, the steeper the drop off. For example, the percentage of respondents stating intent to purchase a home has fallen to the lowest level in the post-lockdowns era. Wow. That's amazing. This is in part a consequence of inflation and rising interest rates. Is anyone out there, how would you say your intent, positive and negative, toward buying a home in the next 2 years? I'm curious to know.
I would hope nobody would be considering it with the current interest rates and just the overall value of that homes have went up. I'm so glad, John, that I got my house, before COVID and it's paid off. I wouldn't even consider buying a home for maybe the next 4 to 5 years if I was going to be buying one.
Well, but everything like the durable home goods, washers and dryers, but getting a roof put on your home type thing. Well, that's not a durable home good, but you know what I mean. The durable home goods.
Yeah, goods in general have just went up, John. It's ridiculous. Like if you try to go buy a fridge, when I was a kid, John, you could get a brand new fucking fridge freezer, for a couple $100. You can't even look at anything decent nowadays for not like $2,000.
Yeah, that's right. I just bought a washer and dryer a couple days ago. The dryer went up, and I was like, well, I'll just get both because I don't. The washers do. They all fail about the same time, And I think it was $2,000 for both. I think both were $2,000, and it was on discount.
Yeah, that don't surprise me, man. They say they're only built to last like 5 to 7 years.
Yeah,
you know what I do, right?
Yeah, what's that?
I buy mine used. I buy used washers and dryers.
I don't want to have to go. So the thing is, my wife wants to do that, by the way. She wants to go down off of Route 40 in Baltimore for me to get a used one for $180. Like, I got time for that.
You probably can get a real high-end one. If you really want a nice washing and dryer, like Bosch or something. You probably get
Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, Facebook. Yeah, I do that a lot. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace. Yeah.
I just don't want somebody else's problems, and if I do the installation. Okay, so that means I got to spend a half a day relearning how to do it. And if I don't want to buy a used one and have to take it back out. It's just my time isn't worth it. So
the time is money. I usually go to these like used appliance companies and get them.
But you're in the business. You're kind of in that business.
Yeah.
You're buying.
Yeah, you're gonna be buying them a lot, John. So that makes sense for you to want to do that. I always buy like appliances like that new, simply because the warranty you get, and you don't know what you're gonna get. Just like Ryan said, with something used, a lot of these new ones, like the one I had, my washer. I bought both of mine when I bought this house. They're probably about, I don't know, 5 years old now. And the washer, I've had to call and use the warranty 3 damn times on it, John. And if I wouldn't have had the warranty, I'd be replacing the whole damn thing. They're just made like shit nowadays.
This is what
that's amazing.
Me off. Whenever I touch anything like this, right? So I unhook the washing machine. There's a double shut off. I turn it off, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, it's got some corrosion on it, right? A little rusty. And I said, when I shut this off, because you know how it's got them gaskets in it, the seals, right? I said, when I shut this off and turn it back on, I bet it leaks. I said it to myself, right? Shut it off, unhook the washer, unhook the dryer, get it out of here. Well, I turned it back on yesterday, hooked it back up, got the new one, hooked it up. Sure enough, it's got a drip. So in other words, when I start to fool with one little stupid thing, it usually has a cascade effect. And then so now I got to go get them shark bites and replace the shut off valves, for the washer.
You know what I would do first, Ryan? Which I've had that problem before, like where you're saying like through the thing a little bit of leakage comes out. You may just have a blockage. A lot of times, like what I've done to fix that is I'll take an air compressor and I'll just run a tube, through the air compressor, run the air through one of those tubes, and it'll fix that problem real quick. If it doesn't fix it, then I'd recommend doing what you're doing. But when I moved in here and I hooked up,
this is at the main shutoff valve.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the actual hose to the washer.
No, it's at the valve. Like everything. I have harder water, like lower pH.
Yeah.
So any kind of copper, it'll eat it. It'll eat the copper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's mainly all new plumbing, but you have copper fittings, and the gaskets always go bad on the shutoff valves on a house. John probably knows what I'm talking about.
It really depends on your city water too, man. I mean, if you got shitty city water, you could be replacing appliances like that in your dishwasher constantly because of what's coming through the deal, man.
No, I'm on.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah,
I'm on one.
Yeah, same here.
I'll give you, if you go well, which I prefer well water myself, but the nice thing about well water, the best thing is they can't build condos. Okay, so you can, if you stay on a well, they can't build condensed housing, which means they can't throw up 4,000 apartment units in your area. So
Oh,
I
I don't
tell
even got to
everybody,
worry about that. I live so far out in the middle of nowhere, man. But I get what you're saying. All around my parents' house, when they first moved out there, it was just their neighborhood. There's 3 other neighborhoods out there now, and there's homes stacked like every 15 feet, man.
yeah, because they can build dense, bunch of townhomes and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I prefer well. So I don't want to have
Well, I just like the taste of
45,000
well
apartments.
water. I'll drink off the
Yeah.
tap on well water, Ryan, and I'll shower in it. I'll not have a problem. If I'm on city water, I'm putting filters on every one of my showers, on all my faucets, everything, man. I'm not trying to have that shit on me.
Hey, Ryan, Cam, listen to what they're saying here about Dollar General. Dollar General is faring a little bit better, only slightly, with a pillar of support coming from low-income families is trading water with flat sales. And you think about flat sales, these companies have probably faced rising wages and other costs to do business. So flat sales.
Dollar General is interesting, John. They have other issues. Like I've looked into them for a stock buy, and the profits, they beat profits the last 3 quarters, but their share price is just hammered, and I don't know what it is. Like maybe they're overextended with like cash flow lot. Maybe they're overextended with credit is all I can think because they've expanded a lot. Their profits are up consistent. I mean, they beat expectations consistently like the last 3 quarters. So I don't know what's up with the share price.
Well,
yeah, I didn't know about Dollar General is how much like people go in there and actually buy groceries. Like the town that I'm in, John, we're so small that's the only thing in town that you could actually buy food at. You know, besides the 2 gas stations we have, and a grocery store is about a 40-minute drive from me. And I'll go in there and I'll go into like in the city, you know, and people in these Dollar Generals, they're in there full doing grocery shopping, man. I've never bought groceries inside of Dollar General just because of the uptick of it, you know?
Well, I think they accept EBT now. So that is.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
So if you look at this, Walmart has seen their store sales fall. Who else here? Hold on 1 second. Walmart, Costco is following the same trend. Nearly all of the retailers, even those managing to grow revenue, profit margins are compressing as they are forcing to discount more heavily to attract the otherwise beleaguered shopper.
Amazon, John, you could get everything at your house nowadays. You don't have to leave your damn house. All these big like malls. You remember? I don't know. You guys remember when malls were a thing? When I was a kid, I'd go hang out at the mall all day.
Yeah.
I don't know a city with a mall anymore, John.
Yeah.
No, they're struggling. They're struggling. Big
Amazon
Lots
is awesome. I love Amazon.
Does anyone remember Big Lots?
Yeah, we still have them.
They're closing 150 stores and trying to raise rescue capital to avoid bankruptcy. Wow, that's amazing. Another store, it said Kunz, a furniture maker or something, also having trouble. Let me see if I can find that one.
Yeah, they sell like TVs and electronics too, John. We have a lot of cons in Texas.
John, who wrote this article?
This is from Zero Hedge.
Okay.
Starbucks just announced a decline in comp store sales, number of orders, revenue, and operating profit. Starbucks shares are down 25% over the last 25 months, and activist shareholders are pushing hard for change. The new CEO, charged with a major restructuring of the business, quote, "We are focused on what we can control in a consumer environment that best can be described as complex." Not even McDonald's is safe. The fast food retailer in Bellwether just announced its second quarter earnings. Comparable store sales declined 1%, as did revenue. Wow. McDonald's store sales fell 1%. I mean, that's pretty big for McDonald's, no?
I'll tell you this. Thomas Sowell, who's an economist that went to the University of Chicago and studied under Milton Friedman, uses the word trade-offs, okay? Whenever he talks about the economy, and it's brilliant because every time there's an effect, there's a downstream effect and another effect. So the government basically traded pandemic relief. So they gave out all this money. But I think all the birds have come home, and I think we're now going to pay the price for the pandemic. So the elixir of cheap money with low rates drove up the housing prices, and the elixir of the government stimulus made everybody feel okay for a while. But you got to pay the price eventually for shutting down the economy. You got to pay the price for, the hammered economic activity. We're paying the price via inflation for handing out all that money, right?
I do agree
When
with that.
people are out.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Look, no one even talks about
Things
this.
are really expensive out here right now, man. Like if you even go into a common grocery store out here, John, like the food and stuff, like I don't buy groceries, thankfully, but I'll go into stores to buy like, like tissue paper, stuff like that. And some of these things that I used to see, they're like double the price now. Like eggs, John, thank God I get free eggs at the house, because I was in there yesterday buying like water and stuff and for the dogs and some dog food and just like a little carton of eggs, John, like all natural grass fed was $10.80, John. $10.80. And that wasn't even for like, the 24 pack. That's for the small, like I think they're 12, aren't they? A dozen come in the small ones.
And the thing is, usually the economy gets better with productivity gains. So more productive workers, more efficient ways to do things. None of that's happened. None of it. Zero productivity gains, because what have we done to do that, right? So they haven't invested in the economy. They haven't invested in anything. So ultimately, this was just, here's some money, vote for me, and we're paying the price. We're going to pay the price. So we are.
Yeah. Well, I still don't
Listen
think
to what the
we've even
McDonald's
seen, like,
CEO
the
is
half of
saying.
it.
Listen to what the McDonald's CEO is saying. He says their newly $5 value meal is just not enough to offset the pressure that we're seeing on the low-income customer. People are eating at home, finding other ways to economize, cutting down on trips, so on and so forth. Man, $5 meals and people still are falling off the cliff.
Good.
Yeah, but
Shouldn't
John,
no one be eating McDonald's?
No, I get $5 value meal because I'm cheap. It's one McDouble, 4 nuggets, French fries, and a soda. $5. You can't beat it. You can't eat cheaper than that at home.
Well, yeah, but that food's terrible for you. Have y'all ever seen the studies where they've taken like McDonald's food, like the chicken nuggets and like the McChicken, and they'll leave it in a glass petri dish for like 5 years and the food never molds or anything? That's not real fucking food you're eating, man. The food literally does not change, man. Like no, it doesn't look different at all.
I'm going to argue that you can probably eat for about $1.50 a meal, maybe even cheaper than that.
I don't think so, man. Get a can of tuna.
Shit, yeah, can of tuna, right? How much a can of tuna is? About 49.59 cents, $1 maybe.
John, it's probably like $2 now. It's probably like
how much is a can of tuna? How much?
Probably $2 now. I haven't looked. It's probably $2. I bet it's
how many
$2.
sandwiches could you make out of if you had to go buy eggs and all that stuff? If you want to make tuna salad, make tuna salad sandwich, you probably get what 3 sandwiches out of there, out of a can.
Yeah, maybe. You might be right.
Right, and it probably cost you $10. Yeah, 3 sandwiches, maybe it's about $3 for a meal.
I don't know, John. I haven't bought groceries in a long time, man. I got chickens, I got goats, I get beef, everything out here. So I really ain't the guy to ask.
Dude, you're hooked up. But I'll tell you what's expensive for you. So fertilizer, if you're growing, is cost of all your livestock and food, like all that stuff's gone up.
Dirt has got real expensive too.
Bro, anyone bought some chicken wings lately, man? Oh my God. Those things are expensive, man.
That's a total ripoff, man.
Man.
Yeah, and let me tell you something.
Ryan, you can get 3. Ryan, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Jump in, Gary.
Oh, okay. Say, you guys were talking about the prices of like food nowadays, how cheap it is. I was able to get at least like half a week's worth of food, then less than $5. You go get those little salmon packets; they're like 36 cents each. You can get like 5 of them for like I think a little bit over $1. You can get ramen packets; they're 50 cents.
Don't get that salmon.
Don't get about like $3, and then you get one big pack of vegetables, and that's $2.
Yeah, but
ramen is actually really bad for you, bro. I hope you're not eating that stuff, man. You should look at some of them ingredients. That stuff is really bad for you, bro, especially over time.
The salmon's worse because it's all from like China and India.
I work a lot.
No, it's definitely a good like prep food if you don't have other options. But the stuff that's in it's bad. When I was a kid, we used to eat the ramen raw, and we would put the spice inside the bag, you know, like crunch it up.
Ew, what
I
the
stopped
fuck?
eating ramen once I figured out what it was in. It's a Texas
You know, I've never
thing,
had it
man.
before. I've never had it before.
Don't
You're
eat that
healthier,
shit.
John. That's why you look the way you do, John.
I've never had ramen a
Look.
day in my life, man. I don't know what it tastes like.
Look,
Look,
Yeah,
check this out
healthier,
right here.
John.
I made
Check this out right
etouffee
here.
last night. It's so
go ahead.
good.
Check this out right here. Here's an article again from another retailer, and this time we're talking about Wayfair. Again, another retailer having serious trouble here. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, 2008. Look at that.
I mean, it's either ramen or Uncle Ben's rice. Those big packets.
I've had
Uncle Ben's rice. I don't know if I've ever even tried that, but I've seen it.
It's just rice. It's just rice.
Yeah, it's just rice. It ain't nothing.
I use.
All right, take a look at this. If you're able to see this article, look. This is Wayfair, a furniture retailer. And it's not high-end furniture. I would say it's mid to low-end furniture, right?
Yeah, we make furniture for them at my plant. It's a very mid quality.
Yeah, have things slowed down there for you guys making their furniture?
We have actually. Yeah, we have actually. I've been testing a lot less chairs lately. I used to ended up getting like 5 to 10 trucks a week. Not a week. 5 to 10 trucks a day, but now we only have about 2 or 3.
Damn. Damn,
how? You're in the furniture business, Gary?
Yeah, I'm a truck loader. I have 2 jobs. I fix electronics and I load trucks.
Hey, respect to you. That's a hard job, bro. I got some real good truck loaders, and you guys work y'all's balls to a sweat every day, man. That's a back fucking breaking job, dude.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say it's not much of an apply now because we barely get any loads anymore. We mainly do.
Yeah, that's a hard job.
Most of our time doing. Excuse me. Most of our time is spent organizing inventory and doing bed loads all daggum day.
Yeah, them trailers are hot too, man.
I wish Get Crack was here. I want you guys to listen to this. Investor anxiety soared late Thursday afternoon following dismal earnings reports from Amazon and Intel. Corporate earnings have so far indicated that consumers are struggling, and it seems only a matter of time before Goldman advises clients to short stocks with the highest exposure to high-income consumers, already telling clients to short low and mid-income consumer stocks. It's a very bearish tone. If you're telling clients to short low and mid-income consumer stocks, I mean, that leaves really only the top left. I mean, very interesting.
That means things must be bad, John.
Things must be really bad. Wayfair CEO and earnings press release. I mean, like, if the economy is bad, people aren't buying furniture, period. You know, that's just going to be one of the last things.
Yeah, people are only going to be buying the essentials, man.
Right. Customers remain cautious in their spending on the home, and our credit card data suggests that the category correction now mirrors the magnitude of the peak to trial decline the home furnishing space experienced during the great financial crisis. Wow. CFO Kate Gulliver warns we see declines that are similar to the declines that we saw in the 2008 to 2010 period. And I think what that speaks to is that the category has been going just through a massive correction, a correction that we've previously only seen during a recession, a GDP recession.
Damn,
obviously,
so they're
we're not
comparing
technically
this to the. Sorry, they're comparing this to the 2008 crash, John. That bad?
That's what the CFO of Wayfair is saying. We've seen that kind of recession, like correction in the category. Well, you know, this is you know, as the last article said, you know, everything is falling off. The more expensive things are, the more the fall off. And so furniture is clearly more expensive than clothes. So clothes probably be, you know, furniture will fall off first, then clothes.
Build your own furniture, man.
Keep the raggedy couch you got.
Yeah, I'm keeping my raggedy couch.
The slowdown has broadened out and picked up further in June, July, led by a lot of bellwethers. That alone should not be a huge debate. The debate should be intensity and whether it's priced in. Wayfair produced disappointing top-line results as revenue declined 2% year-over-year. Now, you have to think about this decline comes with rising costs at every point in their business, from labor to material costs, everything. With demand softening through the quarter despite a successful Way Day in early May. as consumers proved increasingly price sensitive and pull back further outside of promotional events. It's rated a neutral rating. Wow, that's basically a sale. Look, we reduce our price target from 67 to 54, but it's neutral. That's sale all the way.
Damn, that's a big decrease, man.
Yeah, that's
and they're saying that it may even be lower, John.
Get out of the furniture stocks. I guess Get Cracker have to tell you when to get back in.
Yeah.
Here's
I
another
got a
one.
question for you, John.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
My bad, I cut you off. Finish what you're saying
No,
first.
go right ahead.
It's in regards to
no, go ahead. I want to hear what you before you forget. I want you to forget. Go ahead.
And this might sound stupid, but I've never actually owned a credit card, John. So what are their interest rates at right now?
30.
Same.
Yeah, 30. They're 30%.
I mean,
damn.
20 to
See,
30.
this is why I'm never owning a credit card, man. Never.
Yeah, I've never owned one, man. I just knew they were bad ever since I was a kid, and I was thinking, like, I wonder what their interest rates are today, man.
Like having a card supposed to just rack up debt specifically, and then you pay it off later. That sounds goofy as shit. I was like, just use your money that you got.
Yeah, my theory is if I don't have
take advantage of them.
The only time you
think so, John?
is for points, but don't pay any interest on them. Just pay them off at the end of the month. Like I use mine for points. Like Marriott, we charge everything on the Marriott and then pay it off. I paid no interest, but then I get to stay in hotels for free.
I guess that would make sense.
Don't get one. Don't get one.
But I think you're in a different phase of your life. I think if you're
I
young
was
man,
Ryan, I'm young, man. I don't have the type of money to be constantly.
He ain't traveling that much.
Yeah,
I think if you're a young man,
I'm not really going nowhere either. So
if you have,
I wanted to hear what you were saying about being young, how it would benefit you, because I got younger siblings, John. What do you mean by that?
If you're a young man, and I don't know if they still do this or not, but they offer you those 0% credit cards and things like that. If you're savvy and disciplined, you can take advantage of more or less free money. If someone's offering you 0% interest, I would suggest you take it, right? But do the right thing by it. And if you can get it, do the right thing by it, and you'll be playing the rich man's game. You'll be getting free money.
Hold on. 0% credit card. Where do they have those at, John? Or is it universal?
Sometimes they send them to your house,
Hey, Gary, and have you ever been late on your rent/electric bill or any bills? Have you ever been late on?
Nope.
Okay, then you can get a credit card. Because if you're late on one credit card, if you're late on one payment, they jack you for all the interest in arrears. Right? So
I bet.
Like all 4 of my kids are in their 20s, and I found out one of them had a credit card, and I essentially wrote him out of the will.
Dang, Ryan. I understand it.
But you got to play the game. If you're going to play them, you got to play it right. If you're just using it for consumption, then I would tell you to cut back on your consumption.
Well, when you're a kid, they really market them to you. I remember being like 18 to 20, John, and I'd get those motherfuckers like crazy, and I would just cut them up, man. I never even called to ask about them, what they offered or anything. My grandfather drilled this thought in me, and I still repeat it like today. He said, if you don't have the money for it, you don't need it. It's something you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, Ryan, can you see this headline here?
Yeah.
Growth scare narrative builds as U.S. factory orders plunge most since COVID lockdowns. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
Well, that's why stocks are struggling, because the idea is they kept rates high for too long, and this is now damaging, the economy is the idea. But even if they cut rates now, we're not going to see the effects of that for 6 months.
Yeah, wild.
So
it's not stuff you can change overnight. Like some people seem to think that these things that you can make a quick fix to it. But like we were talking about earlier, like the 3 of us before he came on, is that I at least since I've been alive, Ryan and John, I don't ever see no like long-term solutions to anything. It's always, what can we do to just pump this real quick and delay it? We'll worry about it later. I don't see any long-term solutions. Like, what are we going to do to make sure that we get out of this and we don't get back into a situation like this? It's always just pumping, ready for the breakdown coming ahead.
That's the goofy part, Cam, because there aren't any.
Yeah, I guess that worries me, man.
there may be there may not be many solutions there.
Not gonna lie, I think most solutions are just band-aids anyway, because there's really nothing preventing stuff from happening again once that solution wears out. So
I mean, I know one solution. So the government now they're now spending 800 billion on interest, right? They're spending as much on defense as they are on interest. People talk about how defense helps the economy, right? Like, oh, because people have jobs and stuff. They're just wasting it on interest. They borrowed so much money. So they're so fiscally irresponsible that it's the fourth largest item in the budget. It crowds out all the other stuff by far, right? The only thing ahead of it is Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So unfortunately, they could help by doing some type of stimulus or tax, give people tax. Because when they cut taxes, then people that don't have to pay extra taxes, they go out and spend the money at stores and they buy stuff, right? But unfortunately, they've overspent. So now they have to take austerity measures, which means paying back some of that debt. But so the government they screwed up. I mean, in my opinion, they've overspent. They bought themselves 4 years, and now whatever president takes office is going to get hammered by this. But
they're going to get the shit
We knew it
storm.
was coming. We knew it was coming. So.
See, you mentioned defense, and I've always thought, like, I remember when I first heard this number, I thought it was bullshit. I had to go check 3 different sources to make sure that it wasn't. But, we have almost 800 military bases across the world. Surely we don't need every fucking one of those. Like, we could do a lot to, like you were saying, our military budget, man, and really bring down spending, and we could do a lot with that, man. Like, why do we need almost 800 military bases?
It's not military spending is I think I want to say it's like 10% or something. It's not that much money.
No, I'm not saying it's a massive amount. I'm just saying it's just one of those things that we're overspending on, man, that if we got a hold on, we see better things. That's ridiculous.
We mainly
800 military bases?
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
Yeah, no, we don't really need that.
We
many.
really
I think Trump,
Social Security.
I think Trump and one of
Social
his
Security, Medicare, Medicaid are the big line items. That's like
I don't know if that's going to be around when I get old.
Actually,
I don't think so
probably
either.
will be but it won't be Medicaid anymore. That's the weird thing, though.
Well, actually,
Medicaid would be here. I don't think Medicare would be here.
Medicare is definitely going. Medicaid will be fine.
Medicaid is for poor people, so of course it'll be here.
One of the candidates wants Medicare for all, where we just simply pay for everyone, including people crossing the border.
Of course. I mean, that's the goal,
right? The resources we're giving them. The resources we're giving them is crazy.
Removing some of the military bases in order to use it against crime here. So
there's just so many things like that. That was the point I was trying to make. There's so many things that we just have, like he said, that the government just overspends crazy amounts on all this shit, that if we got certain things in check, we would see that across the board if we dialed in on these things, man. But
so
it's
how do you get it passed? How do you get it passed? Hey, we're gonna cut. You can't get it passed.
I don't think it's all political, right? I think there's some other things that play too. Like look at this chart here. Look at this chart. Let me see if I can get the full scale of the chart. This is manufacturing sentiment. Is this the survey of manufacturing economy? I think. Look how big of a drop off there. That's a big drop off, right?
It's like falling off the mountains.
Man, it's like that's a perfect short, right? We're down to like COVID like levels, And so the article goes on to talk about this morning, and this is Bloomberg here by way of Zero Hedge. We get hard data confirmation as U.S. factory orders. This is factory orders plunged 3%. So this would kind of play into what Garen and maybe what Cam the King is saying. Factory orders plunged 3% month over month in June, the biggest month over month drop since COVID lockdowns, dragging orders down 3.6% year over year. also the worst since COVID. Man, look at that chart.
That's crazy, John.
Man, that is amazing. You know, factory road is being a pretty good predictor of, you know, where things are headed, because you start ordering ahead of orders.
John, so are you looking at the chart back to 21, or are you just talking recent?
Yeah, this is 21. This is 21 right here.
I say go down.
Yeah, they're comparing it to COVID.
So that's 2021.
June 2021.
You know what I think when I see something like this, John, is I think, okay, what are all the other things that this is going to affect, man?
It's all stimulus money.
Well, look at this right here. And this, I mentioned this earlier about durable goods orders, you know, like washing machines, dryers, stuff like that. The final durable goods order print was worse than the initial, down 6.7% month over month. Wow, look at that drop. Wow, that's a big drop. Wow.
So that's a revised number then. That's a
the final number, yeah.
I guess now that Biden's out and it's Kamala running, I guess that they can give you this information.
I mean, you could probably got this information on the down low, but
well, no, it's an adjusted price. So they had a number they had originally, and then they adjusted downward. They do that a lot, by the way. So they always say,
well,
"Oh, here's what."
That's just like anything in life. You never get the full story of it, man. We never do.
Yeah.
You know, I just think that there's something else going on here that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And you know, I've talked ad nauseum about those migrants in New York, and of course, there's always more news coming out of New York with the migrants, and you keep having to ask yourself, if things are so bad, then where are these cities finding the money to give these people this kind of money? You know, it just doesn't make sense, right? You know, at least it doesn't make sense to me.
John, have you looked into that JJ Carroll guy that I always talk about on the border? Because he provides a lot of the like financial information that is like you were saying being spent on this stuff, and it's absolutely mind blowing. Like he tracks like something like 14 or I think it was 14 or 12 NGOs and like their finances, all different types of things, like, you know, like the like stipends that they get, like and he just draws like a small picture, so you just get an idea of it. And just the small picture that he draws is just such an enormous amount of money. I really recommend anybody go and look at that information, because it blew the lid off my top, John, when I started reading it. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was fucking that bad.
Yeah, I may have to take a look at it on this stream. Take a look at this. Never mind, New York mayor's latest blow on migrants is going to take White House leadership to help New York City. Now, what I think this article is talking about is that Eric Adams was trying to stop, say, Texas from sending the migrants to New York, and that is not allowed. The courts have ruled against him. Let me see if I can find that article, but this may be what they're talking about here. It's going to take White House to lead him to stop the state Supreme Court. Let me know if you can see this, Ryan, Cam.
Yeah.
The state Supreme Court of New York. Continue it out. Supporting you. The state Supreme Court of New York nixed one of Eric Adams' attempts to stem the migrant flow to New York City. It's just another reminder that the only real fix can come from a change in the White House policy or its occupant. In January, Team Adams sued 17 bus companies for hauling migrants from Texas to New York, claiming they owed the city $700 million under Section 149 of the New York Social Services Law. That law imposes a $100 fine for knowingly bringing a needy person into the state with the intent of making them a public guardian, and requires perpetrators to remove the person and support them at their own expense. On Tuesday, a judge sided with New York Civil Liberties Union, which argued that Section 149 violated the migrants' constitutional right to interstate travel. that illegal migrants have a right to travel within the country, which they don't even have a right to be here in the first place.
That's
Is
crazy,
a bit of
man.
a
What
head
the
scratcher.
fuck? John, you know what?
Well, the
I'm
New York
wondering
Post is
here because
biased as crap, man.
yeah,
Listen,
I'm so
City Hall has
confused.
accepted decision while claiming that the stall during the lawsuit provided some relief to the constant flow of my.
John, I thought this was a sanctuary city we were talking about. I thought
He
everybody
don't
was
want to
welcome.
he doesn't want to sanctuary them anymore.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
All these sanctuary cities, by not policing migrants at all, right? They haven't had to because they just let them do what they want. They've saved a lot of money over the years, right? From not
How?
having to do anything.
Wait, hold on, Ryan.
How did they save money?
So normally what they have to do is when you have a migrant and you're essentially rounding up migrants and then telling the federal government, a la ICE, hey, listen, we have illegal migrants here. We're going to send them to DC, etc. Right? They haven't done any of that. Nothing. So ultimately, they have no system to do that, whereas other places do, like in non-asylum cities, they have to turn them over to the federal government, contact the federal government, and turn them over, and then ICE will try them, right? So the thing is, they say you can just stay here. So ultimately, they save money by doing that. Well, guess what? It's now coming home to haunt them because there's too many of them. So as far as I'm concerned, let New York burn, and DC and Baltimore and Chicago and LA, let them burn. It's their own stupid policy. Let them burn. I could care less.
Yeah, I feel the same way. John, if you need an impound to run to, you know the general area that I'm at, man, when your city falls, man.
You know, the thing is, what I think now, man, is that honestly, we have created an underclass that is going to fight like hell for services and things like. Well, there will be a fight like hell for services.
Well, I don't think we've even seen the beginning of what's coming, John.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a South Africa type situation. Every day I look at what's going on in South Africa and I say, could that happen here? And I said, well, yeah, probably could. Some of it already is happening here. We'll cover it. We'll do a little South Africa.
Is it like Rhodesia?
Yeah, that would be interesting, John, because I haven't heard a lot about that.
Yeah, speaking of, John, did you hear about that riot against the South Africans and the Nigerians that happened a couple months back?
Was it in South Africa?
Yeah, it was. Apparently, a bunch of Nigerians were trying to migrate there because they needed more workers. And the South Africans squatted up. It got mad. They got some boards. They made some Molotov bombs, and they ran about 400 out of there.
Yeah.
South Africa is brutal.
You know, they've been having that's the channel of the ANC. Kill the boy. You probably heard that, but I don't think they're killing as many white people as
it's weird though, because they keep saying they want to kill the white people, but they allowed them to make an ethno state right in the middle of their country, which is kind of strange.
Well, yeah, I don't know if they necessarily allowed them. I mean, they probably fought them to prevent it, but they couldn't stop them.
I don't think they did it all, because that thing came out of nowhere. There was no.
Why are the whites still there? Why wouldn't they move?
Before Oceania was even made, people weren't even talking about it until it just.
Elon Musk is funding all that shit, man. He's helping his brothers in need out there, man.
He gives
well,
them
I think that Ryan asked why they still there. I mean, they've been there for a very long time, and I think some of them can't leave.
Yeah, they can't. A lot of them are really poor, and they don't have any work prospects. They don't have any method. I mean, they have their guns so they can defend themselves, but they don't have any method of actually leaving.
But I don't think they have the ability to get like a visa or something, to move somewhere, something like that.
Also, did you know most of them
people get desperate, man.
Oceania? They still live in Johannesburg.
You know what's interesting
Dutch
is
or British, right? They're either Dutch or British.
They're Dutch, I think.
They're both. They're Dutch and British, I think.
Oh yeah. Also, did you know there's a small amount of British people migrating there because the South African president kept complaining about how a bunch of people from the north, which they mean Europe, kept moving down.
John, what were you about to say? Do we know what?
I had I don't know. I had a tenant that was well, finish your thought, Gary. I'll tell you about my tenant.
Oh, I was going to say, rather. I think it's kind of. I don't know how the whole kill the boar thing is going, because number one, whites from some parts of Europe, especially Britain, are moving to South Africa in order for work, and two, I think it's weird that the people that you're trying to kill are allowed to just make an ethno state out of literal nowhere. There was no news prior to its creation.
Well, I think what they did is that they went into the middle of the country, or they didn't go into any valuable land. Like they basically were settlers, right? They basically are settlers, and so if they had tried to move into Johannesburg or something, there probably would have been some more resistance to them. But they went where no one else wanted the land, where you had to really work the land. And so I think that's why they were able to do it, or were allowed to do it, I should say.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know much, John, about the situation out there, but I know, like the stuff I do know about it, I don't hear good things about it. I had a friend in high school that was actually from the area. You know, he had come to the States and he was first gen with his family, and just some of the stories that he had told me, John, were just brutal, and that was way back then, man.
Yeah, there's a documentary. I can't remember what's the name of it is, but you can watch documentary of the farm murders, man. I mean, like,
yeah, that
absolute
stuff was terrible,
savagery,
man.
Like
Zimbabwe.
It may have been both of them. But I can't remember which country it was.
Zimbabwe, did you know they're giving out free money to white farmers in order to come back?
I can believe it.
Oh shit! I know where I'm migrating to then.
Well, 90% of them.
I mean, we got a couple of white South Africans in my country, and they seem pretty fine.
You know, what's interesting.
You're talking about Zimbabwe. They threw all the white farmers out, and then immediately no one knew how to run the farms.
Right.
So it's like, we can't.
Not at scale like that.
We got to get them back. So
I mean, they had a couple of black farmers, but they just weren't. There just wasn't enough overall.
I mean, have anyone ever been to Amsterdam before?
No.
When I was little, John, when I was like maybe 16, I don't remember a lot of it.
And so one of the things, the Amsterdam are Dutch, right? And the South African are farmers, and many of them are Dutch. And one of the things that you'll recognize, you can't help but recognize if you go to Amsterdam is, well, aside from them growing marijuana and being pretty good at it, they grow a lot of flowers and things like that. You got to be a hell of a, you got to be pretty good to have a green thumb to grow flowers. That's basically the root of it all. It's all kind of coming out of the ground. And then you'll read about like the tulip mania there, right? I think that's where the first kind of stock market started at, right? And so when you look at kind of the natural extension of those people went to South Africa, they brought their farming skills with them. And, remember, was it Zimbabwe? It was called the breadbasket of Africa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And so that's where, I think that, I wasn't there. And I've read a little bit about South Africa and things like that. But I would imagine that they thought that they didn't value or recognize the experience that those people had, that they brought a green thumb with them. And though the land may be very fertile, it still takes some work. And when they put those people out there,
isn't easy, man.
No, it's not easy. No matter with the most fertile soil, shit don't just pop up out of the ground, consistently. You got to rotate crops and all that kind of stuff. And so I think that's what they kind of noticed when they put the people out. Now they're begging them to come back. It's very interesting.
That's funny.
I think
there's a lot of ethno stuff going on in the world right now, man.
They seized their land also. They took the land and said, you can't have this land because they were white. And they said it's the whole colonial settler thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're a colonist. So all that bullshit.
I don't know. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking somebody's land as long as you're strong enough to take it, man, without any repercussions.
I mean, the way they took it, I don't agree with.
The thing is, everyone's a settler. Everyone on this planet has survived by settling or being a colonist. Every single person.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at here. It's tribalism. It's natural,
every
man.
human. So we're all both victims and perpetrators. Our forefathers have,
It's only yours as long as you can defend it, as they say.
Yeah, very true. Very true. That's the Indians, man.
Speaking of Oceania, right quick, has there been any attacks on it?
I don't think so. Orania. I think they can defend themselves pretty well,
yeah,
though.
However you say it.
Yeah, I think they can
That's the
defend
weird
themselves pretty well.
I was like, I know they're
Who's
getting killed
Iranian?
over there, but has the little ethno state been attacked yet? If they're
What's
want to kill
Iranian?
them so badly,
I think
they haven't done
that's
anything.
the isolated area in South Africa that the whites found.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
there's
Yeah,
a lot of
it's
stuff
right
going
in the
on.
middle of it. It's right in the middle of it, man.
Has anybody been to like Europe recently?
No.
See, I was
I've
over
been there a
there
couple
like
years
8
ago.
months ago, John, and it's like
they're going to war with the
there's
Muslims.
more
Mhm.
Muslims over there now than native people, man.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, well, I'm
Some of the
just-
areas I went to, yeah,
In
man,
the
that's all I
cities.
saw
Well,
was
yeah, in some
Muslim.
areas, but overall, no. Also, did you hear about that mosque that burned down like 3 days ago?
I haven't seen anything on it, but I read something very small on it.
Yeah, apparently, the white boys are squatting up against the migrants now.
Oh yeah. We're gonna cover that in a
Good,
minute.
good. You go
Dude, the
around
whites are
France and stuff
stupid.
like that, and it's all Muslim now, man.
These stupid Europeans, right? They have this whole bring in the world idea because of the world, because they're the EU. And the truth is they turned over their guns also really stupid. So now you have migrants, they're all young men with knives, and look, I'm gonna tell you, we'll never do that in America. We'll
Nah,
never do that in America.
Ryan's talking about the pokey that keeps happening over there to all these good folks. Wasn't it John? John, weren't you the one talking about how the police officer arrested some dude that got stabbed by somebody? Like the victim, they had the victim cuffed.
Oh yeah,
he was bleeding out to death. I
Yeah,
swear.
they arrested. They arrested the guy while he was bleeding. Like,
yeah, but Ryan makes a good point. They're poking everyone over there, man. You can't get off a bus out there without getting a little pokey.
Yeah, now they're not playing around over there.
Deport all these people.
Akbar.
I'm not saying
too late for that, Brian. Too late.
Yeah,
for that,
Ryan.
Brian.
Not gonna lie. I was going to say I don't know if the birth rates can support a full scale war, man.
Nah, the Muslims be breeding like crazy, man.
Them Muslims breed almost as much as we do.
Hey, let me cover this.
That's what I'm saying. They go crazy.
That's not. Look,
let me cover this migrant thing. Then we're going to get to the UK thing in a minute because it's getting very interesting over there. They're fighting like hell over there in the streets now. And I think City Stoke or something, Sunlander or something like that. And it's only a matter of time. They do have some ruffians over there, the soccer boys. And I saw some very provocative tweets this morning. So it's getting very interesting over there.
Yeah, they can't do anything without us, John. That's nothing to worry about. They got to call on Big Brother anytime they need some security or something.
I think what they're gonna be fighting is gonna be homegrown. Like they're gonna have to figure out some of the things that are going on in their cities on their own. In many cases they've displaced their own residents. But let me focus on Brooklyn for now. This is the migrant center that I went to the other day. That I had the guy come on the channel on the stream and he gave the interview. Migrant killed in Brooklyn was targeted by a parks worker. My. The police charged a worker who had a seasonal cleaning job with fatally shooting a Venezuelan migrant at a Brooklyn park where some homeless migrants spend the night. I showed you guys that park. Assuming this is the same migrant shelter, and I think it is. Yes, it is. I showed you this on one of the videos that I provided. Blue police tape serves as a reminder of the fatal shooting of a migrant in Steuben Playground earlier this week. On a Sunday night in July, a Venezuelan migrant was shot in the chest and killed in a smart park in Brooklyn, a few blocks from a hulking cluster of buildings using migrant shelters. I showed you guys that building as well. This is where the guy works. Moments later, 2 other migrants were shot and killed outside the shelters, and the police began investigating whether the 2 incidents were connected. But wait a minute, was this the killing that happened just is this another killing? Wait a minute, did the shelter worker kill this guy? Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. This killing happened a couple weeks ago. A week or so ago. And listen who killed him. What did it say?
Hey, hold on, John. You keep scrolling really fast.
Right. Migrant killed in Brooklyn was targeted by a New York City parks worker. What? Huh? That's interesting. Let's see why he had to kill this migrant worker. Did he kill 3 of them? Moments later, 2 other migrants were shot and killed outside the shelters, and the police began investigating
Oh, this is
whether
a
the
straight up
two
assassination, man.
speculation swirled at the back-to-back shootings were tied to, Lord have mercy,
Well, these eggs
migrant gangs.
Yeah, it's gangs.
Then this week, detectives made an unpublicized breakthrough. They arrested a New York City parks worker on murder charges on Monday, accusing him of fatally shooting the man in the park. Did he shoot all three? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The police said that the worker.
Wait, hold on. Worker Elijah Mitchell.
Elijah Mitchell. Someone Google him. Elijah Mitchell, New York City public worker. Is this a black man getting into a fight with a Spanish man?
Elijah. You even got to ask that, John.
Yeah, Elijah.
Yellow point of view. They were shooting the other day in celebration of the Venezuelan presidential election. It was shooting back to back in Brooklyn. Let me put that up on the screen here. Yeah. Oh man. Then I think one on the island. Are you talking about Randall Island? Is that the island you're talking about? So Elijah Mitchell, someone can Google this guy. New York City public parks worker fired multiple shots at the man Arturo Jose Rodriguez Marcano, 30, before he did a drive-by on him before driving away in a blue sedan. Interesting. This is very interesting because you would imagine that a black man would probably, a black parts worker would have much interaction with this guy. What would be the nexus that connects the two? What connects?
He worked had a second job at a migrant shelter. So
maybe he did.
Maybe it was.
Oh, okay, there it is. Well, he worked at a second job at the migrant shelter. But he worked in Randall's Island. This shooting, anyone in New York, Steuben Park is in Clinton Hills, right? Don't make me look it up if anyone knows, because I'm sure this is the same migrant shelter.
Said he had a confrontation with Mr.
Yeah, John, he is black.
Wait, here it is. He was assigned to clean the park for a few hours a day, and the police believe a confrontation with a few days before shooting him. Mr. Mitchell made $20 an hour as a seasonal park worker last summer, and was hired again in May of this year. How old was this guy again? How old did they say he was? Yeah, they didn't say his
30.
age. Okay, no, that was the dead man. The parks department said he was suspended after his arrest, and the department was moving to terminate his employment. So here's the thing. You got a young man. He probably put it up, Gary. Can you put it up?
Hold on. Give me a minute.
Yo, this is what I keep trying to tell people. The conflict between these two groups of people down at the low end, you making $20 an hour cleaning up after these people. Boy, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I think that's stupid though, because I definitely would have got in on whatever the heck the migrants were doing, or at least attempted to. Because I mean, you get paid $20 an hour, and you get all these somewhat illegal connections coming in. I'll be like, bro,
I'm telling you, $20 an hour in New York, $20 an hour in New York is nothing. Shit, you got to pay $6 just to get to work. Somebody said he's 23 years old. He threw it away. He threw his whole life away, fighting a cold civil war on the streets in New York as the city government chooses the migrants over him. Can you imagine making $20 an hour in New York? Man, you might well quit.
Yeah, how you gonna live on that, John?
You can't live on that, man. And hell, his job by the end, the summer almost over. His job almost over with. So he's probably mad as hell. Wondering what the hell about to happen to me.
I would have just moved out of New York at that point, man.
Can't move. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go, my friend?
Freaking literally anywhere, man. Anywhere. John, did you see my link in the back chat?
Let me put these links up. Let's see what Elijah. Anybody want to take a little wager?
I mean, I already knew it by his last name.
I'm saying he's melanin rich.
He enriched. He's enriched, as you say, as you guys like to say. He's an enriched young man.
Yeah, let's say he got a lot of spice in his skin.
Unless he's Amish, he's black. Unless he's Amish, he's black.
Oh man, they can't find the article. What?
Wait, what? What the heck?
Was that right?
It seems we can't find what you're looking for. Maybe the link gone bad or something. Let's see. Somebody everybody in the chat.
It's on my end.
So DeWale said he moved into prison for free food. Well, he gonna get it. You ain't got to struggle no more in New York. That New York hard living up there, $20 an hour, man. Hey.
Yeah, I'm not fucking living. I'm never living in New York, man.
Man, that would almost be poverty out here where I'm living too, man.
You know what's
get
crazy?
A good apartment for that.
You know what's crazy? And I just had this thought come to my head. Ghetto point of view, you in New York. Ghetto point of view, I think ghetto point of view in New York, right? If we got anyone else in New York,
I thought
in the audience, let me know.
I
don't think ghetto point of view in DC. I would have tried to meet up with him by now. I think ghetto point of view in New York, on Florida or somewhere.
Somebody was from the Bronx the other day, John. They were talking about it when you were on stream.
So
no, I think he's DC.
No,
Georgetown or something.
So here's what I bet happened. Deep down in the recesses of the young man's mind, he probably lived in the housing projects. Guarantee you. $20 an hour, where the hell can you live other than the housing projects in New York?
In a tent.
You know where you can go. When I was living in New York, DiCaprio, what you want to bet this young man, Elijah Mitchell, lived in one of the big housing project buildings in New York City? He only made $20 an hour. He lived in a housing project somewhere, probably with his mama, aunt, uncle, somebody. And he see these migrants living better than him. He cleaned up after these people for $20 an hour on a seasonal job. That's nothing in New York.
Yeah. He's probably having to pay rent too, John, and then migrants ain't paying rent.
That's what I'm talking about. The migrants ain't paying rent at all. And
they got free health insurance.
He got everything he got and more. Someone
It was a confrontation. I bet what happened was Arturo threw his free food down. Mr. Mitchell saw that and was like, "Hey man, I gotta clean this up."
Right.
And Arturo probably said, "I don't care, clean it up." Biatch.
Right, some shit like that.
Mitchell said, "Okay, cool. I'll get you later," and he did. So,
but I get oh shit. I done pulled this. Oh shit! This can't be him. If this is him, this gonna really prove my point to you guys more than ever. If this is him,
hold on, is my link working?
I just googled his name. But
he's
like the same
two jobs.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, look at Ryan. Bullshit he talking. He worked 2 jobs. Yeah. The first, at least his part job was not a real job. It's something that the government just gave him just to pacify him.
Okay, but he's doing more than Arturo.
He probably wasn't even showing up, Ryan. He probably wasn't showing up.
Right?
I'm just being real.
Get off my ass, man.
Hey, hold on. There you go.
A shooting investigation and still very much an active crime scene. It appears that police are still questioning people in the area. They have evidence markers behind this crime scene tape, and the motive behind the deadly pair of shootings, well, that remains unclear at this point.
Hey, Rad.
2 people are dead and another critically injured in a pair of shootings at a park in Brooklyn. The first happened just before 10:45 last night at Steuben Playground, located at the intersection of Flushing Avenue and Steuben Street.
Yep.
When cops
Wait. That's the park that I went to. That's right up from the migrant shelter in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn.
They found a man.
So he did not work there. He worked at the Randall Hills Island. Maybe he was cleaning. Maybe he had a part-time job cleaning up at this park here, but he did not work at this shelter. He was cleaning up at the park there.
In his 30s, who was shot in the chest. He was rushed to Methodist Hospital, where he died from his
right. I think you're right here. Just imagine if you had to clean this shit up right here.
Very much
like, hold on. Imagine when
it appears that police are still questioning people in the area. They have evidence markers behind this crime scene tape, and the motive behind the deadly pair of shootings, well, that remains unclear at this point. 2 people are dead and another critically injured in a pair of shootings.
Imagine you had to clean that shit up. For $20 an hour, you gotta go through there and clean up all this shit.
He's in there cleaning up all this debris and all this garbage.
Look at this shit. Every day. And I showed you pictures of all them migrants laying on the ground.
Think about all them diseases, John, you could be getting from that shit.
And he cleaned up out of them, and they got more money than him. They got scooters. They got jobs, good pay. We've seen how much they made. I showed that earlier today, right? I showed you that they were making what? $1,100 a week? You think this man made $1,100 a week at $20 an hour? How many hours a week?
He's busting his ass too,
So
man.
That's 400.
migrants got
Like 40 hours. That's $400.
I'm about to say, I don't understand this city no more. I bet this black man didn't understand it. He probably like the hell with this. I'm gonna crash out through it all the way, picking up after these people that don't even belong here every day.
Yeah, they probably threw stuff on the ground. He was like, "Hey man, that's not. Pick it up."
I bet they threw stuff on the ground in front of him.
Look, this person talking about, yeah, they give you gloves. That ain't the point. They give him a little thing to pick it up with. I think I broke my damn finger the other night, man. I think my damn, you remember that night I was streaming out there on Franklin Avenue, man? And I got drunk and fell. I think I broke my damn finger, man. I can't even bend it, you know, like or did something real bad to you.
Go to the doctor, John.
Man, I don't go to no damn prank ass.
What are they giving him?
All right, go to the damn doctor.
They're giving him $60 a day in gift cards, and then they got paid $20 an hour to clean them up, clean up after them. Like, you don't even look at all the untold costs of this bullshit.
Billions.
You don't even look at it because of Joe Biden.
Billions.
It's unbelievable.
Well, not only that, but they're taking care of these migrants more than our own people, man. That's what constantly blows my mind, man. You could be a citizen.
That's what's gonna cause the comfort right there.
It don't blow my mind, man.
What you said right there, Cam, is what's gonna cause the conflict, man. I guarantee you that deep down in the recesses of that man's mind when he was pulling that trigger.
Listen, Kamala Harris wants to give them all health care for free. Just
I heard a beat.
Here you go.
Oh yeah. Well, you already see this in Chicago. I don't know if you guys have seen any of the city meetings where residents are just fed up, man, because these migrants are getting funding that they used to get.
Was I right? Do you guys see this? Can you see? Oh shit! I'm sorry to cut you off, Killer Cam.
You're good.
Killer Cam.
I'm more interested in what's on the screen, anyways. I want to figure out what's going on.
Hey Cam, you ever heard of Killer Cam, the rapper?
Yeah. They used to call me that in high school. That's funny. Yeah, they used to call me that in high school.
We blacked that shit up a little bit. Killer Cam. Look at it. Did I not predict it or what? Man, I knew, man. Like I went down there, bro. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Right? This is Brooklyn, by the way, Latasha. This is not Harlem. This is Brooklyn. I'm sure you
usually do call it ahead of time, though, John. You're usually right on the money.
Seasonal parks employee apparently became enraged over the tent encampment set up by migrants at Steuben Playground on Flushing Avenue near blah blah South Williams. That's exactly where I went the other day. I showed you. Should I pull up the video again for anyone? Anyone see the video from down there? Anyone in the chat see that video? Maybe
you should pull it. You should pull it up so they could see how it was clean when you were there, John, and how fucked up it is in that picture.
We saw the $1 billion.
Was it clean? It was a whole bunch of damn migrants down there. It was only, maybe it just
cleaned
but
there wasn't trash everywhere when you were streaming that night. There's trash all over the fucking place in that picture, man. It looked terrible.
No, I'm talking about the video. I wasn't streaming that night from that place. I was I went down there and videoed it, then I showed it later. Let's see what this guy said. I'm gonna pull that video. I want to show you his forehead. I don't want to spoil it, but you can see the fro right there popping up on the picture right there. His anger boiled over on July 21st about 10:45 p.m. when he allegedly fired multiple shots, striking him in the chest before taking off in the vehicle. I wonder what caused his anger to boil over. Whoop, there it is.
Sound like you, John.
There it is.
I would just like to say I was right, John.
Oh man, I hate that I was right, but man. Like, this was a make work job for this man. Like, what the hell is this grown ass man working a seasonal job, cleaning up at $20 an hour? He should be into some career job. He should have been on the job 3-4 years. He shouldn't have a summer job. But it's all the government can do to give this man something to do. And they put him right up side by side with his financial betters. People that just got here, they betting him already in a better financial position. And here he is. His job is to clean up after these people. Imagine that. I'm not taking this. I'm just giving you what the context of what likely was going through his mind. He already probably. John,
I don't mean to cut you off, but they always wonder why these people do this shit. You can only push a man so far, man, before you get pushed back, man. This dude probably dealing with this shit day in and day out, John. And he finally just had it, man. That's probably what happened, man.
Yeah.
Hey. New York Times has a write-up on it too.
Would you clean up after these people? I've shown you some shit I had to clean up. Look, this the park. I showed you the park. Look, they've taken this park, man, for their own. Hey, man, you know, more power to them. But damn, you gonna make this man go down here and clean up after these people for $20 an hour, and they sitting around on their ass with more money in their pocket than he has, that he'll probably ever have. He's probably ever had in his life. And he got a damn temporary seasonal job. He was suspended in the department when it terminated his employment. In a separate shooting blocks away, which investigators believe was linked to the gunfire, 2 other men were killed. Let's see who killed them. Maybe he didn't kill them. 2 suspects pulled up to the shelter on a moped, and one of them hopped off and opened fire. A woman was shot, and she was taken to the hospital. A 59-year-old man was shot in the head. He was taken to the hospital. Whoa. Who did that shooting? I wonder. Video shared on Instagram shows the aftermath of a crash at Park and Taft where the suspect's moped and a car collided. The moped driver later identified, wow, this is migrant on migrant.
Oh, that's a gang right there. I knew that wasn't a nigga, John, because you said he instantly killed him in the head, and I was like, niggas don't make headshots.
And that's their MO, right?
They be busting wild all sideways, not hitting shit.
Look, but that's their MO too. 2 at a time on the scooter.
In the head.
Look at this. That shooting was to be linked to a bloody turf war. These people have imported turf wars from Venezuela.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's another thing these people don't understand, John, is all these people we're letting in, they got alliances, you know, and they got people they don't like, man, and we're just flooding the fucking streets with them, man.
And look what the article says. What were they battling over?
Drugs and hoes?
Now, the blacks clearly can't get access to their hoes to prostitute them. That's not gonna happen. But whatever drugs these people are selling, they're going to be bumping head with the blacks that are out there selling drugs too, or they used to sell drugs, the pills, whatever. And you're gonna start seeing some conflicts if the blacks, you know, buck back. They may just bow down. But these are real serious gangs here, real serious gangs. And
yeah, these gangs
they're more organized and they're more willing to throw it away.
A country. They took over their own country.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but there's a level of violence with these people that there's not with most people here in the States, man. The violence people are willing to go
to. Ray Ray shoot up a block and they kill like, I don't know, they kill like 3 people, man. But these guys do organized crime. They can empty out a whole city.
Yeah.
You know, and they're more likely to have networks to protect themselves than you know, street criminals that we are accustomed to. Listen to DiCaprio, he says it correct. Work fair. Did you guys hear my stream where I called it where we were critiquing that school right around the corner from my house?
I said, John, we were there.
But when I critiqued the school afterwards, I coined the term the long welfare handoff. Right? The long welfare handoff. Don't use that. I might patent it for real.
Yeah, that's what I said. John need a clipper, man. He need to be getting clipped, man, when he say shit like this, man.
The long welfare handoff, man. And I truly believe that, you know, what we're seeing here now is the long welfare handoff, in that these city governments are looking at these people and they're saying, you know what, there's really nothing this guy can do. Isn't it? What can man do? The one that just, like, seriously, what can he do? Right? Can he do anything? He's powerless.
He probably played at that park as a kid, right?
Yeah, probably.
And now he's up there and there's a full shelter.
Yeah,
there's a full shelter sitting on top where he played. Or maybe his brothers and sisters played at the park.
Yeah, maybe.
And, you know, 2 years ago, and now it's a shelter. And he's like, what's up with that? I'm working 2 jobs. These people have 0.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're working nothing. They're getting a
Brian kind of hit on it though.
Yeah.
It's like pride of your city. You know, the dude probably been a resident there forever, and he's watching people just trash his shit. He's the one fucking cleaning it up every damn day.
Yeah, $20 an hour to clean up after some people.
So look, they set his bail. They set his bail at $500,000.
That's
so he's
crazy.
Not getting out. Yeah.
Nah, he'll never get out.
Hold on.
He's done.
He's bonded out for.
He bonded out.
No, they could bond him out for. What's that? So they could bond him for
$50,000.
Yeah, $50,000.
But this is what I call really the long welfare handoff, in that, like, this is a make work job. As DiCapriano call it workfare. I just call it the loan welfare handoff. And that you give him something menial to do, and in exchange you give him pay that otherwise he wouldn't have made. He couldn't make that kind of money anywhere else in New York. He probably has some kind of benefits, relatively benefits. So workfare requires an individual work for EBT benefits. Yeah, and then, you know, so he was working for his welfare benefits. You know, he just making ends meet, hand to mouth. And down at the lower level, this is how the loan welfare handoff looks. At the higher level, you see teachers and principals and deputy vice mayors in these cities.
Yeah.
It's nothing but the loan welfare handoff, paying people.
You know what you're missing though, John?
What's
the
that?
ones at the low welfare handout you're talking about, they can always afford a gun though.
I'm not gonna lie. How the heck he get that gun of his? If he's that broke, how'd he get that gun?
Yeah, they can always afford a gun.
Guns ain't hard to find. They probably pass them around in these ghetto neighborhoods.
This actually, no, look, here's the deal. This all stems from, so that guy right there, he would be making better money. But the thing is, we've imported people for 30 to 40 years, okay? And that has pushed down the bottom end of the wages. So if they didn't start importing all these low-wage workers, the other low-wage workers that were here would be able to charge more money for their services. Whatever.
Let me ask you this.
Increased immigration.
Let me ask you this question, guys.
The lowest of us has been hurt most.
Let me ask you this question, guys.
Lowest.
Now, earlier in the stream, I talked to you and I showed you proof that a migrant was making $1,100 a week riding the scooter, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy did a drive-by in a car, correct? If he lives in Brooklyn anywhere, I bet you he still has outstanding tickets while he sits in jail. Guarantee you.
Outstanding what?
Tickets. Parking, red lights, speeding. You can't avoid them in Brooklyn. Can't avoid them. Unless you are the most diligent driver in the city. You can't avoid them. They even have people that come out and get paid, and I did a stream about this, that make money taking pictures of your tag. If you pull up, idle your car and run in the store, or you're waiting on someone, they will take pictures of you, send your tag and picture and stuff like that to the city. And there was a guy that made $100,000 doing that in 1 year. Just writing getting people tickets.
Damn.
I guarantee you this guy has
Damn,
tickets.
I
kind of want to.
I need a new job, John.
I guarantee you this guy has tickets. And what I keep talking about, the structural disadvantage, is that if he hadn't been saddled with that car and the whole paradigm of how we have grown up, car, house, blah, 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 he might would have gotten on the scooter and made more money than he ever could have made just riding around like the migrants, right?
Yeah.
But most Americans are accustomed to having a car. But I keep telling people, and I did a stream on it, I said, man, we're in the third world now. And the third world mode of travel for poor people is what? Motorcycle. Scooter.
Yeah.
Or a bike. Or a bike.
That's how the third world travel. Anyone ever been to the third world? Tell me I'm lying.
No, India, all types of places. Yeah, they got the little buggies.
Damn right. He riding around in a car doing drive-bys. He should have been on a scooter doing deliveries.
Or if you live in the city, you don't even really need a car nowadays.
You really
shot
don't.
him and then got
When I
his
was
car.
up there, we made most of our money doing Ubers and
Yeah.
Ubers, taking the train. I still got my old Metro card, but I ain't got no money on it.
Look,
Yeah, I've taken the train a lot of places, man.
Look, I watch what the migrants are doing, and I watched the city say, well, we just gonna turn the blind eye to them. And I said, well, hell, I can't beat them. I join them. So I bought me a scooter too. If they can break the law, hell, I break it too. I ain't trying to tell the city, hey, enforce the law. Hell with that. I just ride out,
John,
breaking the
if I
law
was
with them.
you, I'd be doing more than that, John. I'd be booking rooms for those migrants. 39 in one room, man. I'd charge them $50 a head, John.
Selling land and
The only reason I can't do that, man,
I
is
buy a
because,
bunch of tents and rent the tents out.
well, I mean, they're not living in tents, bro. They living. If I bought a whole bunch of tents, you know who end up living in them?
Americans.
the blacks, the Black Americans in particular, because I guarantee you, man, and I'm going to do a stream on this one day.
I mean, still making
money. And I've talked about it many times, you know, sprinkled bits here and there. That Facebook credit score, that Facebook is going to be the credit score that's going to weed out a lot of people, man. You know, I do it now, right? I can get basically a surface graph of not only who you are, but who your friends are, who your friends' are, what time you wake up, what's your first post about, what do you talk about when you start posting? That kind of information is better than a credit check, bro. Better than a credit check.
That's the new currency, John, is data. That's how it's been for years. Data is the new currency, man.
In New York, they're going to want to make these people, the migrants, voters for New York City elections. They're going to want to make them voters.
Don't worry, Dewale. It's not there yet, but I think it'll happen.
We're hitting some very dangerous places that I don't think the average person has really sat back and been able to comprehend. Like, we're just seeing the beginning of this shit, man. We got over 48 million people in here currently.
I got more than that, Cam. You know those.
Yeah, that was as of 2020. Every time I give that quote, I remind people of that.
Are outdated.
That's as of 2020, man.
Not to mention that 40 million are people that are registered up in here, man.
What if they just have to? What if all registered Democrats in the country have to take on one migrant family? That should be a law. Since they want them in here.
Okay, say, Ryan, you want
I like the sound of that.
You want slavery?
No, I'm saying if you're a registered Democrat, they love migration, and they feel that whenever I talk to a Democrat and go, well, it's hurting Americans, they say, these people just want a better life. Okay, cool. Let them live with you. Oh, no, not with me. I'm in a gated community. Oh, okay. I get it. So you want them to live down in, not near you. You want them to live in areas that you're nowhere near. They don't affect you, right?
Someone else's problem.
Elijah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want my slave, but I don't want them living on my plantation.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're about. And I just, you know, and you watch, Kamala Harris is going to come out and she's going to pander to them. I guarantee it. She's going to pander to them.
You know what I'm going to say? You know what I'm going to say about Kamala Harris, honestly, bro? I wouldn't even worry about her pandering to the migrants on the low end. I would worry about her pandering to the migrants on the high end, the H-1Bs. That's going to be very destructive to the upper class. And big business is going to basically demand it from.
She's got money.
Right.
She's got a lot of money from hedge funds and the stock market. Huge donors.
Right.
Because she's not really Indian and she's not really black. She's really just rich. Her and her Jewish husband are rich. So that's
I heard they own a couple of call centers in India. I just haven't been able to verify it yet.
Yeah. She loves to try to identify with the black community. I'm like, you've never lived there. You've only lived in rich areas. Your parents went to Stanford and you lived in Canada. What are you talking about? You've never even lived in the trash community.
Honestly, I don't care about that black thing. What I'm probably more concerned about is there are a lot of people that are working tech job, things like that. And
they're going to get hammered too.
And I've told you my experience with the Indian people. and I'm not negative against those people at all.
I am.
But I worked at the World Bank. And, I felt like I did. I know I did a good job there. And I've shown you the websites that I worked on developing. And toward the end of our contract, the Indian guy says, man, I know they're going to extend my contract. And I said, why? He says, because I'm Indian. If they don't, I have to go back home. And they're not going to do something that's going to get me sent back home. You said it matter of fact. And he was right. And so I think that, those people have, it's a sentimental attachment to how can I send my relative, my race person back to the slum dogs. You can't do that. They're not going to do that. You heard what Kamala Harris's uncle said in the video that I showed you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. You think she's not going to want to pull those people up out of the slum dogs, her uncle, and she still got family over there? She's been back there many times.
John, this was the point I was trying to make the other day when that person in chat was being a smartass. Like, what's wrong with having immigrants here? What's this? It's because You bring all these people in from different places, different cultures. They have different values. They don't have the same deal as you. You don't have the same interests. You know, it's not like Americans, you know, like people that are, it don't matter what color you are. If you're an American, you know, you generally you have the same culture, the same interests, the same morals. You bring these people in from all over the world. They don't have the same interests as we do here at home. Their interest is over there where they came from. Their people, their kind, their morals, their value systems, their principles.
Let me play this video here.
The other thing is, John, let me just tell, I want to tell the panel this. Remember I said it. Whenever a company says we can't get workers, what they mean is
where the migrant shelter was just raided by the.
Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry about that.
What they mean is this: we can't get workers at what we want to pay. I have companies all the time that say we can't get work. I can't. Hey man, I can't get truck drivers. Okay, really? Pay more. Oh, they don't want. It's at what they want to pay. However, if you offer double, I bet you'll get every worker in town. It happens every time. They all say the same thing. We can't get workers. All these U.S. companies say that. I deal with contractors every day. I deal with everybody. We can't get work. You can if you pay double. Yeah, of course you can. So pay more and see if you're going to attract other workers. That's how it works. But they want to keep wages low, and that's why. If you paid me $100,000 to go pick tomatoes every day, you'd have full fields of everybody that's American picking fruit and vegetables, but they don't want to pay more. And that's the whole thing. So when you hear that nonsense by, we can't get workers from either party, it's a lie. They just don't want to pay more. That's all. The companies don't want to pay more. And that's why they bring in
the migrants coming in.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan, here's what I'll say to you. Here's what I say about that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have to raise it to $100 if we connected hunger to work and effort. Today, people wake up, they've never had a belly pain. No matter how little they put out in effort.
That's true.
Their belly is never growled because someone else has made sure they eat every day.
Yeah.
You cut that off, hell yeah. We wouldn't even have to raise the wages. We'd have people running to the tomato fields to pick them. But with welfare being a floor, who the hell's gonna pick tomatoes, man? Who?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, he talked about Thomas Sowell earlier. Thomas Sowell did a real interesting study about how like the black community before they started getting welfare and where they were at afterwards. It was real interesting to see, man.
Yeah, it's hurt everyone. I think it's hurt every community. So.
Hey, DG says when America travels on donkeys, I would consider them America third world. Is South Africa third world? They're not on donkeys. What are they? Second world at best, right?
Actually, they don't ride. Yeah, I was going to say they don't ride donkeys, but they do use they do use
Southeast Asia.
They're not donkeys, but they look like donkeys.
A burro?
Oh, mule.
Yeah. A mule. They use mules, John.
They ride on mules in South Africa.
No, they ain't.
Don't knock donkeys. They'll take care of your cattle, man. They'll take care of your coyote problem, man.
A mule is a donkey and a horse combined, right? So I think it's a jackass. That's what it is.
Let's take a look at these articles, this video. Here's a raid at the migrant shelter here in New York City.
Island where the migrant shelter was just raided by the NYPD. Cops there looking for guns and drugs. They say this is all in response to major quality of life concerns, including a triple shooting that happened earlier in the week. Eyewitness News reporter Dan Krauth on Randall's Island tonight with details. Dan?
Good evening, Mike. Right now, dozens of migrants are still lined up across the property, and they're waiting to get through here, through security, so they can get back inside the building. This is after they were ordered to leave around 1 o'clock today. Police officers spent about 3 hours searching the building, and so far, they haven't said what, if anything, they found inside. As dozens of officers lined the perimeter of the shelter, dozens more were inside, looking for possible drugs and weapons after ordering all 3,000 people outside.
Segura totalmente
So totalmente insegura, totalmente. Segura, no.
This woman from Ecuador tells me her suitcase and belongings were stolen while she was sleeping. And all of these migrants say better security is needed. They claim numerous outsiders who don't live here have been hopping the fence to get inside. Today's sweep comes after what police are calling an increase in quality of life complaints and an increase in violence surrounding the shelter. Early Monday morning, during an outdoor celebration, a gunman opened fire, killing an innocent bystander who lived inside the shelter and wounded 2 others. And police are investigating whether at least 2 other shootings last month involved Venezuelan gang members. The Legal Aid Society says they're not aware of a warrant for today's sweep and believe today's search may be unconstitutional.
Did you just shit? Did you just hear that?
Unconstitutional. That's what they're worried about.
Yeah.
They're not aware of a warrant for today's sweep and believe today's search may be unconstitutional.
Having the police come in,
They don't give a shit.
raid,
Oh,
and
look, white liberal.
temporarily
Shocker.
during a heat wave,
White liberal woman.
just adds to that trauma and really creates a stressful situation for clients.
A lot of concern there, and today's indoor search comes 4 days after Monday's outdoor search, where police confiscated dozens of unregistered cars, mopeds, and scooters from this property.
Cars.
Shelter was just raided by the NYPD. Cops there looking for guns and drugs. Raided by the NYPD.
For you guys, and I've shown pictures of you. There's a video on my stream. Someone has a feedback. Where a guy had. Well, I went down to the migrant shelter here in DC, and a black man had just been dropped off it, and he thought he had been dropped into another country.
I saw that.
And he said, I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
Hey,
cars
John.
up and down the street. Yeah. You saw that,
The
right?
guy had it. He said all the migrants had trucks they were driving around in.
Mm-hmm. And he thought they were saving their money to get an apartment. I said, bro, they're already living in heaven. What the hell they need an apartment for? They're already in heaven. Must be Garen with the feedback. They're already in heaven. And they could live in this migrant shelter forever and ever. That's better than anywhere they've ever lived in Venezuela or Honduras. A migrant shelter?
Oh yeah.
They own
Then they
bed.
get their prepaid card, John. Money on the card, monthly, weekly, daily. Shit.
He thought they were saving up to move out. I said, bro, they're probably hunkering down in here. This is the best they've ever lived, some of these people.
I bet you they got flat screens in there, John. The PS5 massagers in there. You just go in there and the massage is paid for. You could probably even get a handy in there for free by the government.
Mm-hmm. Right,
You notice how they always got security, John? It's like they don't want these. It's like when I went to Chicago, John, and they had the fence around there. They wouldn't let you get up on it and even look. They don't want fucking people knowing what's going on because they know it's going to outrage people when they find out these hotels and shit are completely bought out and paid for. You know, they bringing in the like food daily. The ones that we filmed from my buddy's channel. You know, you would see them taking trays and shit in, man, and then just like the, you know, like the big city blue or green dumpsters just filled with freaking trays. They're like catering food into these fuckers daily as well. They're living a good life, John.
A beautiful life. For the people, there's maybe someone new in. There may be someone new in the audience. Let me see if I can show this video here. It's from the Roosevelt Hotel right near. At some point, you're gonna see the military.
You can't book a room in here. You can't book a room in here and nothing like that. Yeah. What security company that you work for? Mulligan. I never heard of Mulligan. So what are y'all securing down here?
Making sure anybody don't come in.
Yeah. Is that what y'all do? And who's mostly in there now?
She was from the inside. She came out to get something from my friend, but I was still friends, so I stepped out here with her. So that's what she's waiting on.
Everybody need to thank John for this footage.
I think this is the video with the you're gonna see the military walk in.
Huh? All these people in that line. This is the line right here. It's shorter now, and ain't as long as it used to be. Huh? What you doing? I'm just coming down, take a look, man. I heard about it on the news. I said, damn, let me come down and take a look and see for myself. Kind of amazing, huh? You from New York? No, I'm not.
And let me see if I can find the military.
How many people you think in here? How many people you think are in here? You think it's full? The whole place is full? Amazing.
You hear him say the whole place is full?
Yeah, they rent out all the rooms, John. When they do this, every room will be full.
This is a big hotel. I'm going to show you the size of this hotel so you know I'm not lying to you.
Oh, we know. I bet you there's hundreds of rooms in this hotel. The ones I seen in Chicago, the rooms were probably 300, 400 room hotels easily, man.
This is the Roosevelt Hotel. This is where they're living.
Nice.
Any of you guys got a living room look like that? That's very nice.
Well, didn't you say this was a monument, John? Like the Roosevelt Hotel? Didn't you say there was history behind it?
Yeah, it's right at Grand Central Station.
Look at that, John.
Look at that, man.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at all the migrants that's at.
Damn, that's where you take your lady friend on a Friday, man, to impress her, man. And old Julio and Patricia getting there together, man.
Look at that, man. Look at they got to spread down. Spread down.
Damn.
I got another video I want to show you guys. This is from my first time going to Roosevelt Hotel. This is where this is when it was really wild. And I'll see if I have a video of that. This would have been a couple years ago. It tells you how long this has been going on. Let me see. Is this it?
How far is this from you, John?
This well, the Roosevelt Hotel is in Manhattan. Let me show you this one.
Oh, okay. I thought this was DC.
It's in DC. This used to be a shelter. They primarily house older blacks. It's right downtown. You can see the scooters. And now you can hear the music. You know what's going on.
What do you know?
Oh, mariachi.
All my years passing by here, going from Southeast and Northwest, I've never seen anyone out giving water to the Americans that lived in these buildings. I'm not saying they should give it to these people, but there's some money behind this. Like, these people didn't spend their own money to pay for all this water and food.
Nah. That's why I said there's big money going into this shit, man.
I mean, John, why don't you think this is a political thing?
It's all intentional, bro.
No, I don't think it's political.
What's all this for?
Giving out food, lunch for people.
Lunch?
Oh, they got the trays. What I tell you, John? Look, they got Uber Eats. They got the van pull up, feeding everybody.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Look at that big van with all that food in it.
Yeah. John, what do you think would happen if a homeless man tried to come get some of that? Is he getting some of that migrant lunch?
Oh yeah, you can get some. You get anyone can get it. They're not checking ideas. Look at all these people. Look at all these people. Look at all this shit. Sorry for the camera view. I didn't want them to know I was just filming them. Just
no, it's still good footage, John.
Look at all that shit right there. Look at all this shit.
What's up, man?
Damn. It just looks like trash out there, John.
All these people.
Look at this shit. Actually, that was a bus dropping off people, that big black bus. Look, all these people, you know, these are the Africans coming to feed the Africans. I guess they have masks on. Look at all them scooters. Look at all these cars. All these cars in front of a migrant shelter. I don't know if I walked all the way up the street, but I mean, like, it's like a junkyard of scooter parts and bike parts.
See, the city should be picking all that fucking bullshit up, John. Tow all that fucking shit.
Listen here. You see? Can you see where my mouse is?
That's unconstitutional.
You see where my mouse is? You see this structure that's coming off the front of the building here, where they put up like sheets and stuff like this?
Yeah.
The city built this structure out to allow people to sleep outside. The blacks were forced out of the
sure
building.
About that, John? It looks like
I'm telling you, I passed by
that don't surprise me.
I passed by this building 3 or 4 times. You can tell this is fairly new. Huh? I'm sorry.
It looks like there's swings. It looks like there's swing stage above that. Usually, when they're working on the face of the building like that, they build that in case things drop.
I mean, I haven't seen any work, But all I know is when they put it up, it's all around the building. I haven't seen any workers. And so the people, and even if they're working, they couldn't work there with people up on there.
Yeah, I was
People
just about to say that, John. They wouldn't have people moving around like that. If that was the
wouldn't let
case,
them
it
live
would
up
be
on it.
blocked off.
Right. They wouldn't have them
Normally,
living
the
up under the
construction
damn thing.
jobs that I'm on, they'll have that a lot because they're
But
working on the face
they
of the
built
building.
this structure.
Windows,
Yeah,
replacement
and you
windows.
got people
I'm not
going in and
mistaken.
out. You can see in John's video, like there's people going in and out of it. If it's construction, nobody like civilians
Right.
wouldn't be
So,
mobbing through like that.
like you can't, like you see, they have tarp. That blue stuff is tarp. They've made
Yeah.
encampments right here on the front of the building and on the
Oh,
side
wow.
of the building to the south.
Yeah.
Right? You may see this. Let's keep going.
In
Look at all these
Chicago,
people
they
walking
got
down the
tents
street.
out there, John. Tents right in front of the hotel.
Look at this shit.
This is good footage, John.
Yeah. Did I cover up my camera? What the hell happened?
You got some good footage here, John.
Let me see what I got more, man. I want to find that Roosevelt Hotel. That was
I'm
amazing.
surprised they didn't strike you, John, or take this down. My buddy who does the immigrant like videos I always talk about, they constantly take videos of his down.
No shit.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
find like some stupid BS, man. Like the two of the videos we shot in Chicago that day, they took down like within hours of him posting it. But he does stuff like put the city officials' names and stuff like that in there.
Oh yeah, that'll make him take it down right there.
So John, explain how you don't think it's political. I mean, one party and one presidential candidate is saying, I'm going to deport, this is going to be the largest deportation in history, which sends the message to the world.
I'm not gonna lie,
here.
Ryan. Do you really think Trump? Oh, I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. I just got back. Ryan, do you really think Trump's gonna deport that many migrants?
The other candidate is saying the
can't.
following. Anybody that enters the country, we want to give you health care and dental care. So the messaging to people who may want to come here is, all right.
Hey, we tell Ryan he's muted.
No, I can hear you, Ryan.
Oh, I can't hear him.
So you got one party that says, don't come here and we're going to deport you. And the other party is, and we're going to build a wall. And the other party is saying, we're going to give you free health care. I think it is political. It's total. And Democrats get more voters in these cities. And they also get more people in the House of Representatives by state because they get counted. It's totally political, I think. I mean, why don't you think it's political? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Let me see if I can give you a good example.
I think it's more economic than political.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it's more economical than political.
I think it benefits both parties, man. And it surely ain't going to get fixed anytime soon. Not at least until after the election, because it's something both sides can campaign on and make a promise about.
That's why they only talk. Well, I was going to say,
I think that's
every
a Democrat
Republican
narrative.
campaign has always put so much emphasis on the concept of the migrants anyway.
I mean, look, Trump signed Title 42, which said you can't come into the country. You have to remain in
Yeah,
Mexico.
that was a good one.
He was called a racist by the entire liberal press. I think it's totally political. I don't see how it's not. And by the way, Democrats now own big business, big tech. I mean, I don't know. I don't see the Republicans as really benefiting from it. They don't get votes because of it.
I mean, they benefit from it. They get to save money on cheap labor.
Well,
Yeah, it's illegal for them to work.
Right. You ever heard of Bill Frist? You ever heard of Bill Frist?
Yeah, isn't he a politician?
But not just a politician, right? He's a Republican, or he was a Republican. And so you asked about how do the Republicans, how do they benefit and all that, right? And I'm going to share an article with you. And I could have picked any one of them, but this is just one guy that I'll show you that that's interesting. Let me show it to you.
Hey, John, I don't mean to cut you off before you play the video. I got to jump off. I got to go on a run. I'm running a little behind for work. So I'll check in with you guys later if y'all are still on. It's been good conversating with all y'all.
Always great, man. Killer Camp.
Y'all have a good morning, man. I'll see y'all shortly, y'all.
All right.
See you, man.
Same to you, Camp. So, Ryan, like, take a look at this article if you can see it. Let me make sure you can see it. Now, this is a Republican. Yeah, I'll scroll down. This is a Republican, right? So, you see HCA public offering could be boom for hospitals. The hospital HCA, I think it's a hospital group. It was owned by Bill Frist, Republican out of Tennessee, Nashville, I think, to be particular. These guys are very, very wealthy. These people are, they on both sides of the aisle, they have their bets hedged, and so on the illegal labor side, I'm sure big business does well off illegal labor. The Democrats may benefit from the low end labor, and the Republicans may benefit from the high end H-1B visa labor.
Well, yeah, but they're legal. H-1B is legal.
Yeah, but if you understand, if you ever hired one before, you ever worked with one before, I just told you the leverage that companies have over them. You have much more leverage over
two guys that were likely illegal, but they gave me social security numbers or their identification numbers. So I don't know if they were or not.
But an H-1B person who's legal but limited, on a high-end job where you have a lot of people that are bouncing around jobs, now you get people to kind of root in one particular job, even if they aren't the best, at least they're stable, right? It's a stable workforce of H-1B visas versus Americans who can job hop. Americans don't keep jobs.
Oh, they have them by the short and curlies at that point. Yeah, they have them because they can say, listen, we'll just get rid of your visa and then you're back in India. So I get that part, but they're not even counting them because they're legally here. This is these shelters are full of illegal.
Yeah, these are the illegals.
Asylum seekers.
Right. Yeah, these are the illegals.
Quote unquote.
Right. Yeah, right now.
These are question. Oh, sorry, John.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, answer your question. I think Trump is going to attempt to deport. Do I think that it's going to go over well? No, because the liberal media and all the pathetic white women, which are the largest voting bloc, are going to go, oh, you're separating families. We can't do this. So I think it's going to be hard to get rid of people. And a lot of these countries, they don't want to take them back. They're like, nope, you're keeping them. So that's what's going to happen. Trump's going to try. He's going to fail. That's my prediction. Garian.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll get all these just the women will do it, right? Oh no. Oh my God! This guy came so far.
Look at those kids. Look at those kids.
Exactly.
It's the same as that barbed wire scenario that happened a couple 2 years ago. Remember that little I think Hispanic boy or Venezuelan kid that was forced by his own mother to crawl through that barbed wire in order to cross the border, and he ended up getting caught up in there and dying.
Yeah. So they got rid of all the barbed wire, and now you can just come on in.
It's that white woman.
Absolutely.
Hey, here's a picture that's interesting. This was the first time I went to Roosevelt Hotel here. And you see this white lady right here?
What's she doing?
Hey, Blacks, I got something for you in just 1 second. What's that Haitian Drive or something? Ben Du Sable or something? Whatever the hell that street is in Chicago. That's cute right up. I was waiting on you to get here, Black, because I want to I want to hear your opinion on this, Blacks. And let me put the link in the chat.
Blacks,
so when I went down to the Roosevelt Hotel... I'm sorry.
That's what Blacks is asking. Try and fail at what? Trump's going to try to deport, but the liberal media and predominantly white women will fight him on it, and they will cry, and so he won't be able to deport. Very few will be deported. Put it that way.
I think about you know how much I think. I think about 2 to 3 million, maybe.
Max.
Let me tell you the story behind this picture right here. And I may have some video to further give you insight. So I went down to the Roosevelt Hotel the first time it was in the news. Again, I just showed you an early video down there. And I showed another stream where they had the military down there. At least, they said every branch was in there. Except for possibly Navy. I can't see why the Navy would be in there. But either way. So you see this white lady in this little leotard outfit or whatever. So there's a long line of Africans, and you see them. Some of them may still be sitting on the ground. You can see all their bags on the ground. I want to see if I can zoom in.
There's a guy in the back sitting. There's a bunch of guys in the back sitting.
Yeah, you see all these, right? And you see she had something in her hand.
What is that?
Can you guys see that? What she had something in her hand, right?
Looks like
you see this? You see this? Oh shit! I did. You see this? You see this? Can everyone see that? All right.
What is that?
What is she giving them?
So here I'm gonna lay the picture of what happened here. All these blacks would lay it down on their bags, as you can see on the ground right here. All these Africans. Okay, someone says I need to close a couple of tabs. I close that one. Pop. Let me know if I'm getting better here. I'll close this one. I'll close this one here.
You're good.
So this is in front of the Roosevelt.
Yeah, this is in front of Roosevelt. Now this was 2 years ago, give or take. And so all of these, let me know if I'm better in the chat. It's good now. Okay, great. Let me close something else just so I get ahead of everything that. All right, so this is in front of the Roosevelt Hotel. And I added the motion to it. And matter of fact, I'm just gonna keep it playing. So all of these blacks were sitting down, right? And when she comes out, she's giving them socks because they've been sitting down. So that's why they're reaching out. Like, so she's giving that. Nice. She has the bag. She went to like one of these stores around, bought some of the cheap socks, and once she starts giving them out, now we got to be brave up here. Once she starts giving the socks out, all the Africans jumped up like, "Hey, give me a sock," right?
For socks?
Now, right. Well, I mean, like these people have been outside for days waiting to get in the hotel. Understand? Right. And so here she comes with socks and they jump up. You see, they're up now. Say, okay, yeah. Okay, let me get some socks. And so as soon as she got all these blacks standing up, she turned around and started filming. I tell you no lie. She had a whole damn crew down there. And I'm going to see if I can find the rest of the video.
It's like being at SeaWorld. You just kind of like the fish.
As soon as she got them blacks up off the ground so it would look better, she immediately turned around. You see how she's dressed? She came down there to entice them in. She went out and bought socks for them. She's probably never bought socks for Americans that could be just as deserving. And soon as them people got up,
so
she immediately turned. It was all a ploy to get them up off of the ground and have them basically. And then there's another woman walking around the side on this is 45th Street. She's walking around the side of them. As you can see, they have barricades up. And this was a black woman, and she's like giving them things to get them riled up so that you see them in the news. And then she, like I said, she turns around and starts filming, like, look at these hungry people. We're just coming down. People are coming down to help and blah, blah. And she worked for some organization. I don't remember the name of it. But
okay, so they did that so that they can garner so they can garner support for their cause, whatever cause. I get what you're saying.
I'm going to see if I can find the video of this. It truly made me, it opened my eyes to, damn, man, like this is all about money. And this was a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What did you want to ask me? Because I'm getting ready to go to.
You're going to make me speed it up here, blacks. Yeah, I'll speed it up just for you, blacks. You heard of that, what's the name of the street here? Jean Baptiste Point du Sable Lakeshore Drive.
It's Jean Baptiste Point du Sable.
Yeah. Hey,
that is the founder of Chicago.
Yeah. And what's that? That's Lakeshore Drive. That's Lakeshore Drive.
Yeah, that's Lakeshore Drive, which is now Jean Baptiste Point du Sable Drive.
And what's it like on Lakeshore Drive for the people that don't know? I haven't been there in years.
Lakeshore Drive is it goes from the southeast side of Chicago through downtown all the way to the north side and ends in Evanston, Illinois. So it literally crests the lakeshore, hence the name Lakeshore Drive. The Bears Soldier Field is there. All the museums, Lakeshore Drive, etc.
What the heck?
Let me show you this, blacks. And now I know you got to go, so I want to get your. I want to get your comment to this, black, and I know Brave is just. He just.
That looks to be downtown. That's around. Grant Park.
What do you think about that, blacks?
What is?
It's a bunch of migrants on bikes.
No, it's just these are probably blacks on white. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Blacks just got a
It's a 12 o'clock voice. It's a 12 o'clock voice.
Yeah, that's a newer phenomenon. When I was growing up, that would have never been allowed.
A new phenomenon, you call that?
When I was coming up, that would have never been allowed ever. unless they had a permit or something. Nothing like that would have ever been allowed. Yeah, I know exactly where that is. I mean, Chicago.
Look at all this shit, man.
Chicago was a beautiful city, man, and still is a beautiful city. It's a shame that it has proliferated those streets. It's ridiculous.
Surprisingly lot of them, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'll have street takeovers like that. When I was coming up, they wouldn't have. We had a lot of car clubs. I had a car club for Cutlass Supremes. But we didn't do anything like that, man. My God.
But all of these bikes are probably illegal. That's
you can't.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. These bikes are probably illegal.
I bet you not all of them. I bet you a good percentage of them are legal.
Yeah, I say about 60%. 60%.
Hey, listen, I'll
those
tell you
dirt
that
bikes, they're not street legal.
the dirt bikes are definitely not street legal.
Well,
so you have the Rough Riders. So you have the Rough Riders.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got street bikes that are street legal. I mean, come on.
Non-Chicago.
And some dirt bikes are street.
Oh no, I'm telling you right now, non-Chicago. That would have never happened. They don't allow that. They didn't used to allow that in Chicago.
Oh, Blacks,
they did have.
Stop something.
Hey, hold on, Blacks, you're breaking up real bad though, bro.
My bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's like static. You're like
I don't know why, man. How about this? How about this? Is this better at all? No.
Take off echo cancellation. Take off echo.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. But like the echo cancellation,
Echo cancellation.
Yeah. I mean, I probably could take
that.
That
works for mine. I don't know about yours. That works for mine.
All right, let me check it out.
Let me see if I can.
How do you stop something like that?
Well, I think the thing is you can't. I explained in DC we have a police officer in prison right now for following or chasing a guy, whatever you want to say, on a motor scooter, and the motor scooter couldn't have gone more than 40 miles an hour.
You guys, you know how easy it would be to stop that? Just all you do is put up barricades.
No,
this is right. Be brave is right. Be brave is right.
Yeah, just put up barricades. See, all this is made complicated, so we accept it. It's a simple. There's simple solutions here.
Well, Brave. I earlier this morning I posted. I was showing that in DC, after a man was running from the police, and he ran from the police and he got hit by a car, not the police car, but he got hit by another car and was killed. And so they put the police in prison. He's in jail for murder right now, 2nd degree. He'll probably spend the rest of his life there because he's an older cop, so probably 50.
Car on car chase.
Car on a motor scooter in the inner city. They have these electric scooters. They used to have them in Chicago. I think the people stole them so much. Did they have
a policy? Did they have a no chase policy on that?
I think so. I think they had a no.
Well, then the cops got to learn something. You're under fire. Don't be stupid.
I'm not saying you shouldn't be stupid. I'm not even agreeing or disagreeing. But what I am saying though is that if you catch a murder of following or chasing somebody and you didn't even kill him, you're not going. The message is going to be sent to everyone else. Just back down. But
this here could be blockaded with no problem.
I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the police officer that threw a milk crate at a guy riding a motorcycle?
That's already been sent.
And the guy fell off the motorcycle and died. They put the police officer. This is in New York. They put the police officer in jail.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they charged him with murder or something like that. So, they have to back off.
Oh well, that's what I'm saying. Back off. Don't be stupid. Back off.
The guy on the motorcycle running from the cops can run over a pedestrian and kill him, and they'll charge him with manslaughter
or aggravated assault.
Yeah, aggravated assault, some shit like that. It's disgusting.
So, in any ways, I think was
like when those animals in Las Vegas.
Go ahead, Black.
Say again. I was saying those animals in Las Vegas, those miners who beat that child to death, 17-year-old child to death, and they pleaded out for manslaughter as miners, And now they are, of course, going to ask for time served because it took 2 years for them to get the sentencing when they had first had sex as an adult.
You talking about those 5 or 6 black boys that beat the young white guy up? Is that what you're talking about, Black?
Yeah, in Las Vegas and beat him to death.
Oh yeah, is that what Vegas?
Yeah, and beat him to death. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that was Vegas. Wow. Yeah.
And lastly,
what's up, Brady?
this is a point before I go.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm about to leave, and I wanted to bolster one of Be Brave's points. Be Brave always comes up and says, we live like kings here in America. And I want to, my wife went to Walmart.
Oh, we're getting every other word of you.
Last night.
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
And there was this Iranian lady. Can you hear?
Oh, no, Black, you're breaking up real bad now.
There was I'll drop out and come back.
Okay. What's up, Brave? What you got on your mind?
NA says it ain't simple to stop them crotch rockets and dirt bikes. Like hell, it ain't simple. If the system of law enforcement wanted to stop those bikes, they could, bam, done, over. They're not doing it. Come on now. I mean, come on. We got all the system of law enforcement equipment, vehicles, everything at our disposal as legal citizens. They're not stopping them. Come on in anyways. Go ahead.
Bray, let me get Blacks in here before we hit church. Then I want to hear what you guys say today.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, Blacks is still bad. I don't know. Is it your service or your microphone or what? I'm not sure.
No,
Blacks, I think it's your microphone, man.
You were at the Iranian in Walmart.
Yeah, the Iranian's in Walmart. We're going to bear through it since you're on your way to church. Go ahead.
Basically, the woman said that she couldn't believe she had such a good job to be working at Walmart. It's completely free here. She can't believe she gets to pay for health care and actually get health care. She can't believe that that it's free. It's so free here. This is the best job she's ever had. Walmart, okay? Walmart is the best job that she has ever had. Okay?
Yeah.
It's insane. Now listen, I'm not telling you that I agree with her on every point, but one thing I do agree is that we do live like kings here in America. We have some of the best healthcare. We have, and I always say it too, America's the best place on earth. That's why everybody's trying to give their left nutsack to get here. But I also say that it puts things in perspective, how much opulence we have. There's so much opulence, man, and we're so desensitized to it that we just don't realize what we have. And that's why I fight like hell to maintain it. That's all.
Yeah, we don't have a bottom here. We don't even have a bottom. You don't hit bottom in the USA. You live like a god even when you're broke.
Yeah, absolutely. You really do.
I mean, I did it all my life. I know what I'm talking about. I never worried about anything. I never worried about high-paying jobs. I never worried about paying bills either. Never worried about healthcare. Never worried about anything. Food, housing, nothing. It all just. I mean, I manage my money well, but that's the only thing you got to do. The rest falls into place.
It just lets you know the machine that we live under. The people who tell you that you got to worry about these nonsensical things. Now, I don't agree with all the crime that's happening and everything. You know how I feel about that. But I'm just saying, when you hear someone who literally came from nothing, come here, you know what I mean? Come here and tell you how Walmart is a blessing for them. She said to my wife, she was like, if I could, he said, one day, he said, my goal is to become a team lead. And one day I might even be a manager. You know what it sounded like? It sounded like that McDonald's commercial where he said, oh, so-and-so got a job back in the 80s and early 90s. What was it? What did he say? The little black boy who was working at McDonald's, and they were trying to entice young black boys and young black girls to go work at McDonald's, and his friends who were do nothings, hanging out on the street, where like so and so got a job, and then first he started off as like a fry cook, then all of a sudden now he's a manager of the McDonald's, and I'm just saying it's when you put things in perspective, you see how people are worthless and how they are how they're ingrates. That's all.
They won't put it in perspective. Exactly. That's where we fail as a society. We aren't taught as children. I guarantee you, the first thing a Jewish person learns, count your blessings. That's why you never see any Jewish failures. Count your blessings. That's what counts. That's why you never see Jewish failures. Because if there's a blessing somewhere in that dark cloud, you got to find it, and that carries you on. We don't do that here. We don't. Nothing close to it.
Be brave. You have any thoughts on what we talked about this fall?
Yeah, I do. Well, Ryan said something, and it's true. He said that Trump is going to try and he's going to be blocked. So my question is, how many times do we have to go through that show? Okay, the Democrats come in. Well, we tried this, but the Republicans blocked us. Republicans come into power. We tried this, but the Democrats blocked us. Okay, that's been going on for 100 years. Now, so finally, Ryan, my question is this: when, after the country is in a heap full of trash and we're done, do we still fall for that? Well, they blocked this bullshit.
See, Brave.
Somewhere you gotta say.
Listen.
Okay, right. I'm just
hold
saying.
on, Brave. Let him answer.
Well, I just want to say somewhere you gotta acknowledge that it was a bullshit line. Go ahead.
All right, let him answer, Brave. Go ahead.
The messaging is very important. When the messaging to the world is we're building a wall and we're kicking you out, you're not going to make the trip. When the messaging is we're going to give you free dental insurance, including health insurance, pay for you for 2 years, you don't have to work, and we're going to set you up nice. The messaging is why not go? It sounds like a vacation to me, right? So the messaging itself is a big deal. Trump's going to try and fail. The messaging has to be the same, just forever. Right? It has to be, we're not giving you nothing. Good luck getting here. And if you get here, you're not going to be welcomed.
Okay, well,
and that's the messaging. Whether he fails or not is, I want him to succeed and get rid of a lot of people because it's hurting Americans. But the messaging itself is a big deal. You know what I'm saying?
The messaging is not what I'm talking about. Of course, I know what you're saying, Ryan.
Yeah,
what
you're
I'm
talking
saying,
about the flip-flop.
No, I'm just saying they always blame the other side while we go down the drain. We've got to, as citizens, if we do anything at all, we got to stop falling for that okey doke bullshit right there. And I don't think we ever will. But I'm saying, after a while, when people say he tried, but they stopped him, you should be ashamed to say that as a person. Because it's bullshit.
Title 42 was up, and that stopped a lot of people.
Oh, I'm sure they make. I'm sure they make it look good in 1,000 different ways, Ryan. I'm just saying, as we're going down the drain, that's the most heard of logical explanation there. Not logical, but the most used excuse there is. The other side stopped me. The other side stopped me. No, hold on.
I agree with you.
So what I'm saying is, somewhere when we're in a trash heap of a society, we gotta at least go, man. That shit about the other side stopping this has got to stop. If we have a hope in hell, is to just say, you know what, to hell with Trump, what he says and what he tries. The other side stopped him. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think we ever will, Ryan. I think the other side stopped him will be used for another 50 years.
Hold on,
but I'm just saying
he's faltering, and Trump's going to get blamed if he wins. Oh, Trump ruined the economy. The economy's falling apart now, right? So, yeah, they blame each other and always blame the other party.
And it's nonsense. It's just utter nonsense.
Hold on, let me read Catherine's comment here. For decades, my father would say, "I feel so fortunate being born here." Does he not say that anymore? Has he changed his mind? Brave, I don't know if you saw the stream the other night. And a guy
it says Catherine. It says she's on stage. She wants to come up, I think.
Oh, I don't see her. But anyway, I don't see her. Anyway, Brave.
The other guy. And I want to comment before I get, because I got to get going too.
Her father passed.
Yeah, John, you said something and I think you're driving it home a little more than what people want with your long welfare handoff. I don't think people really. I don't think people want to really put that into reality of what you're speaking. I don't think they do. I think they're running from that reality. Back in 1970 and 80, John, 50% of the black middle class worked for the government. Okay. Now, you got the things going on now that are, you got these people in these positions that are making big money. This is not an accident. This is, we need the black in the middle class. We need a black middle class so that we can always use them as some kind of tool for politics and nonsense. But the reality is this, John, the reality is this. A lot of those people making them $100,000 paychecks would be in the back room of a restaurant or a bakery working if it wasn't for that handoff. Now, here's the sad part about it is they don't have to. That's the sad part. See, in other words, it's not merit anymore to go for the jobs and the school teachers and the school administrators. There's no merit in it. Where if there was, you would get the top and the best regardless of race. Now, but the problem is the blacks are now so spoiled that if they don't get their $100 grand a year, they don't have to look at no working in a bakery anymore.
Brady, let me ask you this question.
And that's big negative for this country and the culture.
Brady, did you see the stream I did where I first mentioned the long welfare handoff, where I talked about that school? Is that what you're referring to, or you talking about from this stream here?
No, that one. There's the concept of a long welfare handoff.
But I mentioned it a couple of days ago, but I also mentioned it today. Okay, no problem.
Gotta go. All right, see you guys. Be good.
Have a good day.
Take it easy, guys. See you. Bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
But Brave, I went through that.
Sorry, John. That's why I stay off your stream. It looks like I come up and people leave. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, they headed to church. It was Sunday morning, Brave.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, well, that's what Black said. And
I know Black. I got that. Yeah. Go ahead, John.
And so, we were looking through the staff at this school, and it was just like a bloated staff.
Yes.
And Portia works in the school district, and it's not the same school district, but the org chart should look very similar. And I mean, it was just job after job after job after job of people. And you said, man, these people are making more money than they would make anywhere else. And it made me wonder, as you say that, Brave, if they didn't have these jobs, would they be more protective of the jobs that the immigrants are coming and just low-hanging fruit for them?
You damn right they would. Not only that, and a lot. Not only that, but a lot of them would probably choose poverty over actually working a regular old run-of-the-mill job.
You mean right now? You mean today?
I'm saying today, a lot of them would say, you know what, I'm gonna go on welfare. To hell, if I can't make my $100 grand a year as a school official, I am not gonna go work in the back. I'm not gonna go work in the back of a warehouse or a retail shop loading shelves.
You know what's interesting about you say that, bro? I knew a guy that went to law school but never could really make hay out of it being a lawyer. And I'll tell you a later story, how he ended up later. But first starting off, he couldn't even get a low-level law job. And so instead of working at the grocery store during the day, which I thought would have been more, advantageous for your career, you get to meet people shopping, maybe bump into someone in a nice neighborhood in a grocery store that you can introduce yourself to. Well, anyway, so this guy, he was so embarrassed to work in the grocery store. He's a lawyer and all, that he wanted to work, that he chose to work at night in shelving the store, the stocking the shelves. He didn't want to be seen in the grocery store. And I do think that you're partly right that I don't think a lot of these blacks would do whatever it took to make it if they lost that $100,000 job. No, hell no.
A lot of them would give up and start complaining about racism. John, you got to remember one thing. Blacks now have such a spoiled attitude when they go into a menial job. They're every little thing that the supervisor would do or say to them is something offensive. I've seen it all my working life. I've seen young black people that, the supervisor says the same thing to everybody, but all of a sudden when it comes to that black person, it's offensive. It's like, are you crazy? No, we've got blacks. They know what they've done with the black culture in this country, John. This ain't kid stuff. They know what they've done with it. And there's 40 million people that they have used for particular political outcomes. And I'm not talking good politics. I'm talking some real nasty stuff is what they've done. And these people that are in these I don't care, John. I go by how somebody talks. I don't want to hear somebody in $100,000 a year job say they be. I don't want to hear them say they be, we be. Yeah, or they, or X or anything like that. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that. I don't care. It's not a white thing. It's just like, no, this is a
You don't want to
profession.
hear from anyone, right?
No, not anyone. I don't want to hear stupid hillbilly language. If you speak slang, Southern slangs, do it and pronounce and make yourself articulate. Don't just go with the dumb shit. And I don't care who it is. And I'm just saying they've got the blacks so spoiled. Look how many people in professional places don't even worry about how they talk anymore. The congressional, the lady in Congress, the black lady in Congress.
Oh yeah.
She was saying they be instead of they are. They be in Congress, and I'm going. This is where it's at. I mean, we're finished, and now they're bringing migrants in, and you're doing an excellent job on showing people the absolute.
Was that not something brave?
Oh, it's what it should do. It should make everybody into a conspiracy theorist.
Hey, Brave.
This is like you say, it ain't politics. Go ahead. It ain't politics.
Let me show you this, Brave. Since you mentioned the migrants and all that, let me see if I got this video. I have it teed up. I just need to make sure I got the right one here. I was going to get your comment on this. Oh, yeah. For the, vote harder crowd, Brave.
Yeah.
I think it's going to get harder and harder for the vote harder crowd to keep towing that narrative. God bless them. It pays to have hope, but you're voting for people that I honestly believe that have sold their soul to someone else, and they've so cheapened the vote now that it's going to be hard for a person with an 80 IQ to not see what's going on here. And maybe they'll keep voting just out of tradition.
Yeah.
But we're a long way from voting our way out of this. I want to show you this.
Oh, no, yeah, it'll never happen. That's long gone. Go ahead.
Let me show you this, Brave. Let me maximize the screen if I can.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I can maximize it, Brave, but never mind. You can hear it. Hearing is enough sometimes. This is in Florida, Brave. Take a listen.
A friend of mine who was taking her nephew to get his driver's license, as you see in the building there in Pompano Beach, Florida. She got turned away both days and was told to come back at 6 in the morning. She showed up at 6 in the morning to this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? She said most were Somali illegal immigrants. A whole lot of military age men there. And listen, they don't want anybody filming. They don't want the public to see this. And all you need to vote is a driver's license. Kamala let these people in. Me by a friend of mine.
Man, this shit is getting so insane.
Yeah. and then this goddamn idiot, pardon my language on a Sunday morning, this goddamnable idiot blames a puppet like Kamala. That's why we're over.
Brave. Brave. Brave, honestly, like you're looking around for people to blame or someone to blame. I don't believe that people understand, what has happened.
No,
and so
they're not catching on.
So I think you have to have some sympathy for people who can't see the bigger picture.
Well, no, John, it depends on their age and what they see. No, I don't have to, John. I get to as a person. This is why I'm a misanthrope. That means a person ain't got no damn use for most people because they're idiots, okay?
Yeah.
No, I don't care how you add it up, John. I don't care how you add it up. To blame that at his age on something as stupid as left-wing stupid puppets, that's forcing yourself into a delusion.
Brady, I bet you that. I bet you for him, that was probably his first time ever seeing this. He probably heard about migrants up in New York or DC, Chicago.
And he's heard Kamala being blamed all along. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I understand the herd. I get it. But somewhere I don't have to accept herd insanity. I don't have to. It's still insane, even if the herd does it. Somewhere we are an insane society. Now, forget Ryan in this statement. Just put him aside. That goddamn shit about the other side stopping us. The other side stopping us. The Democrats come in, they stopped us. The Republicans come, they stopped it. That's still going. So I'm not. No, I don't have to look at be sympathetic with that kind of childish perception on such
Well,
serious matters
Brave.
in life.
Brave. Most people probably, they've heard of good cop, bad cop. Let's say in jail, but most people have never been to jail, right? So you realize both cops are bad. But I think that's kind of the same thing with political parties. Is they both, in my opinion, they're both playing good cop, bad cop.
Of course they are, and it's too obvious for people to fall for it. Is my point.
But
I understand the good cop, bad cop. I'm saying we falling for it is so historical at this time. Basically, when back in history, when history writes itself here on this, they will be able to look back and say people with extremely well exercised intellects spoke like goddamn stupid children until the day they died. And that is partially why America was changed, and whether it falls or not, America was changed. All I'm saying is this: there's no excuse for it. You can feel the nonsense. If you can feel the nonsense, you have to pay attention to your gut feelings. I'm not saying become an activist. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. So I mean, please. But I'm saying just shut the hell up then and don't talk stupid. That's step one. At least could you do that? Like the guy that pointed out, the guy that had his camera on the Somalis. Okay, say something. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Good job reporting. We appreciate it. Get him. Goddamn, look at us. He's enlightening us. And then he threw in Kamala. If I was there as an old man, I'd have smacked him right upside the back of his head, right upside the back of his head, like an old man should on a young one. I would have, John. I couldn't refrain myself. I say, how dare you look at this serious decay of America and blame some goddamn puppet? Somewhere it's like, go ahead.
Brad, did you see the immigrant video from New York that I shared the other day?
I've been.
You weren't here.
No, I've been seeing bits and parts of. I always replay bits and parts of everything you do. I'm pretty busy. It's actually warm weather, and I'm trying to do things. But I'm telling you, yeah, I've seen it. I mean, it's amazing. I seen your Roosevelt Hotel, Roosevelt in Manhattan or something.
Yeah.
Look at that. You want to blame that on Kamala? I'm going, are you crazy? Man, you know how many millions and millions upon more millions of dollars is being spent here? Printed out of nowhere. This ain't coming out of no New York City budget.
The people that talk about we're broke, man. I mean, like they really, I think
coming in their wheelbarrow and cash in, and then they're gonna blame some goddamn left-right bullshit.
I'm gonna see if I can get you something. Some of this stuff I didn't show. I still haven't edited it out yet, bro. But some of this shit is like totally ridiculous, man. Like, I believe New York City is basically third world, in my opinion.
It's getting there, yeah. It's getting
there.
Like by design.
But did you hear early when he talked about black men that killed a migrant, and he was probably tired of cleaning up after the migrant?
I think that's when I tuned in.
Yeah, so he had an altercation with the migrant. I showed you the park where the migrants are, and his job was $20 an hour in New York City, which is basically nothing. And he had to go clean up behind people like this. You see this picture, Barry? You see this?
Yeah, go ahead and show it, but I don't think $20 an hour is nothing. I know it's in New York. I get it. But there's, he's probably living with family anyway. I mean, $20 an hour will get you food, heat, and your family housing. Go ahead.
Brave, it's all like relative, Brave. I'm telling you.
I know that. You can buy a loaf of bread in New York still for $5. You can buy
probably cheaper than that.
You can buy a pound of hamburger, goddamn it, for $8. You can buy some chicken, a package of chicken for $7. Don't give me that shit. I know better. You got to understand who you're talking to here. You're talking.
I don't disagree with you, bro.
No, I know. But I'm just saying, folks, you're talking to somebody here who voluntarily said to hell with materialism and had a damn good time living at the bottom. It's too easy at the bottom. I don't want to hear hardship stories. It's just you just mind your pennies. That's all. No, if you're a dumbass, $20 an hour ain't shit. But if you ain't a dumbass, $20 an hour will get you by.
That's pretty damn hard in New York. I will be honest with you, though, Brave.
Only because of the rent. Only because of the rent.
I know you hate liberals, Brave.
I hate conservatives almost more than liberals. Go ahead, John.
So I lost it. I was about to play this, and these liberal are probably gonna set you on fire. I just want you to listen to this liberal. What lives a block up, because I haven't had a chance to get your opinion. And I want to hear what you think about this, Brave.
What that liberal said.
Let me see if I can play this for you. Let me know if you can hear this, Brave. Give me 1 second. Let me know if you can hear this. I can't play the video.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Can you hear it?
No, nothing.
Okay. All right. Let me see how I would do that here. Maybe I can't share this because.
So what did the liberals say? What it's about?
You know, I know how to play it. I know how to play it. So basically, we're walking a block up from this this migrant shelter.
Uh-huh.
And the liberal is watering his grass right outside,
right,
a block up,
okay,
right across the street from where there was this murder, where the black man was supposed to be killed. I mean, migrants have taken over the shelter, Brave. I mean, taken over the park across the street from his home. And so I said, "Hey, man, what do you think about all this?" He says, "Just too many." I said, "Well, how many would you like?" He said, "Maybe about 400. So he thinks he'd be okay. Well, he said he'd be okay with 400 Africans living a block down from him, but not 400. 4,000. So right now they have 4,000 living down the street from him. But he said 400 would be okay, but not 4,000. But even with that, Brave, he was madder at the companies that were getting paid for the migrants than the city that was allowing it to happen. What do you think about that, Brave?
It's that's why I say it's why I'm a misanthrope. People on the left have got themselves leftward insane, and people on the right have got themselves rightward insane. And I am not using that word insane lightly. They're literally delusional in what they're thinking about things. I don't care if we can change it. I don't care if we're powerless. I don't give a damn. But to keep running your mouth in the same stupid, childish direction is an indication of a certain degree of insanity. It just is.
I found a video. Listen to this liberal. Let me know if you can hear it. Oh shit! Hold on. I keep having so much damn problem out of this road thing. Give me 1 second.
How far is this park from where you live?
Oh, so ways away. Brave, this is the craziest thing. This is a very affluent neighborhood, Brave. Very affluent.
Right down in the park in an affluent neighborhood.
Yeah, well, what they're doing, Brave, in my opinion, is that they are putting them in neighborhoods where out of the way of the residents so that they don't know what the hell is going on. And so at that point, by the time the residents find out, they'll be like, "Oh, what the hell is going on?" It's too late now. And so that's what
well, if they were filling up the park, they weren't doing it behind the backs of the residents. The residents seen them filling up the parks, didn't they?
Well, here's the thing. Let me see if I can pull it up. The thing is that the park is in an industrial area.
Oh.
Up under a highway.
There's
really no reason for a New Yorker to ever go there, right?
Oh.
And so there probably only a handful of New Yorkers ever been down there, or have a reason to go there. And so, and I'm telling you, Brave, let me show you the building. It looks like a brand new building, Brave. Literally a brand new building. Let's see, 47 Hall Street.
Amazing.
Yeah, when you see it, this is really amazing. Brave, I had one of the workers that worked there come on to my stream. Did you hear that conversation?
I don't know about. I've heard a lot of you doing a lot of interviews. I'm not sure now, John.
So the guy came on my stream that worked there, and Brave, he seemed like a nice guy and all, But
the guy with the face mask.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I seen a good piece of that. Yes.
Right now, this is just.
Yeah, did you hear the stuff he was saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, no. What did you take?
That son of a bitch was saying, what are you doing here? We got to take care of these people. I'm going, no, we got to deport them. What do you mean we got to take care of them? I don't care.
Let's take care of
it. I know we're not going to, but his main line was sympathy and
it's
giving
all
them what
about
they
your
need.
attitude, right? But again, that's what I think we're up against. Like his attitude was, if we can just help them a little bit harder.
You know what? I would understand that if he would have said this. We got to feed and give them this or they'll turn into angry mobs. That I would understand. That's not where he was coming from. He was coming from, we got to give these poor people a chance and let them in this country. That's where he was coming from.
Right. Look, you see all these buildings? You see this building, this building, this building? Look, Bray. You see how big these buildings are, Bray? Right? Mm-hmm. You see, look how big these buildings are, Bray. Look at this big building right here. Right? Mm-hmm. All these are filled with migrants, Bray. All of them. Every one of them, Bray. Right? Now, this is a picture of migrants. So it doesn't even look like migrants. Right? It doesn't even look like migrants have been here, does it? Look, Bray. Look at it.
Man.
Look how big the buildings are. Right? All of this. I want to show you.
John, you're breaking up now.
Oh, okay. Let me close the tab with you down.
Yeah. No, it's
is it a little better or no?
Yeah, no, you sounding better. Yeah. Whatever.
All right. Let me share this tab with you, Brave. Let me see if there are images. Oh, yeah. Brave, this is what it looks like outside of there now. Can you see this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is what that man had to clean up. This is the part where, he would have been cleaning up. These are the people rallying. This is what it looks like. I think. This is under the bridge. This is what separates. See, you see, it says under the liberal man lived up the street. The migrants are from the bridge all the way down. Look at this. Over
Amazing.
200 migrants set up mini city with nighttime market, Brave. Look at it. Under a bridge. Brave. Amazing.
That's why I say it's that's why I say I don't care. I know you want to give people a pass, John, but I don't. When they talk silly, they're talking like goddamn fools. You talk left or right at this time in history, you're a goddamn fool. You're not a fool. You're a goddamn coward. That's what a lot of people are doing, John. They're speaking. They can't say what's on their mind, and that's what we're up against. You got people that would rather talk about left, right. A lot of people do believe it, and they're idiots for that silly belief, but a lot of people really don't believe that much in the left and right and still rely on left-right commentary because they need to just say something, but yet they won't say anything real. That's where I'm saying a lot of people should be just shutting the hell up. If you don't want to say anything or you don't want to say anything about the reality of how the world works, you should just wait, what are you going to do? Because the left-right shit is just empowering the corporate machine that hides. That's what the left-right shit does. It hides the corporate machine's filth and their actions. And you're giving cover to the corporate machine by blaming the left and right. That's why I have such contempt for people that give cover to the corporate machine. We can't fight the corporate machine, but I'm saying stop giving cover to them. Go ahead.
Brave, I found it. I think I found it.
Migrants in front of the Home Depot and Lowe's.
Listen to this. Let me know if you can hear this, Brave.
Yeah, when we were talking to the police were talking about how, and this is a nice neighborhood. Look how nice this neighborhood. Look how nice this neighborhood to have that.
Brave, I'm a block up from the migrant shelter, directly across the street from where a black man shot one of the migrants where he had to clean up. That was his summer job, 23 years old.
Why did he just haul off and shoot him, though?
What do you think?
I'll tell you later. Listen.
Easily. I mean, like for rent. What do you think it costs for rent in this neighborhood? Like $4,000 or $5,000.
I can get wet, but I gotta go to work. I need that water. It's hot out here.
This is a lady that works at the migrant shelter where I just showed you.
Mm-hmm.
And she wanted to talk to me so bad, she walked up the street with me, and this is the conversation that we're having. I didn't get all of it, but She was scared, man, like, to be talking to me because they have goons out there. And many of the security guards, and I showed in other videos, are not American. You see the guy who worked security who came on this stream. He was not American. He had a deep accent. He spoke Spanish, whatever, and he was Trinidadian. And the other guys at the Roosevelt Hotel, they were African of some sort. And many of them, interestingly enough, Brave, had just moved to New York, seemingly for these jobs.
Oh, yeah.
And then they had like African, and he said it, the woman said it, that they basically had to bring in Africans to manage the Africans, Spanish people to manage the Spanish. And it, man, Brave, like an American can't work that job because he can't go down there and speak an African language and deal with those people. So they had to bring Africans in and wrangle them. And you may hear her talking about the translators, the number of translators, Brave, that they have to bring down there because these people don't speak English. They don't even speak Spanish, Brave.
That's what I'm saying. This isn't coming out of the budget of no damn New York City. That's what people would understand. There ain't coming out of no taxes here. They're printing money and they're doing what they want and all around the damn planet. They just hit that printing press, bam, bam, fund any little horrible thing they want to fund. And off it goes and running. That's why, I get it. I get people don't know what to say, but I'm just saying, at the very least, as an adult, you should just really shut up if you really, don't want to
listen to this liberal, bro. This may drive your high blood pressure through the roof here, bro. That migrant shelter down there. What do you think about it? What do you think about it? You wish it was smaller. How much smaller would you like it to be?
10 times.
10 times smaller.
4,000 people.
But where do those people? So you only want 400 people there. 400 people would be fine. Yeah. You heard him, Brady?
Yeah. At least he's honest. Hell, at least he's honest. At least he's saying what he's got the nerve to say. I expect that more than goddamn dumb conservatives who think Trump is going to do something.
Where does he want the rest of them to go, Brave? To your neighborhood? To mine?
The whole thing is how's Trump going to round them all up and get rid of them now? The whole thing is just like the machine has financed a phenomena that isn't going to be cleaned up. They don't want it to be. They want it to change America, the USA, and that's what it's doing.
Listen to more of this. Yeah. Listen to more of this, Brave. I mean, these people, it ain't just liberals. Like I said, they all crazy. How is it affecting people? Do you own this place?
Town I used to live in.
Do you own this place?
No.
He just said more people down there than the town he used to live in.
Yeah.
500 men can turn into 5,000 people.
Oh,
with American immigration policy, like overnight, right?
Oh yeah, yes. Anchors. They're all anchors. Bam, over. That's what I'm saying. It's like
what's the general amount of rent around here? Listen, bro. Listen.
Full range. Such a range.
Do you pay more or less than 2,000? What do you feel like? Brave, I looked up the rent in that block where he lives. I think it was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 5,500. Brave, a block up from migrants. Amazing, right, Brave? Amazing. And he just won 500. Well, you got 4,000, right? You wanted 4, they gave you 4,000. Once you take one, you're gonna take them off.
Well, you're gonna have to.
I mean, people making all the money here, the people who own the buildings.
Here, tell us something, man. Yeah.
People own the buildings.
What do you think about it?
$45 million.
Yes. What do you think about it?
Yeah. It's welfare for rich people.
Yeah. But
no kidding.
You have to pay rent while they don't have to pay. Hey, would you like to? Oh, come on.
Welfare for rich people. Oh, like that's a new phenomenon. Get out of here, man. They print that money and do whatever the hell they've been doing for 100 years. I get it. I do. But and like I said, I hope Trump wins. But it's like, come on, man. There's nothing. You know what? They might slow it down and under the guise of Trump doing it, which would be appreciated by us all. Thank you. I don't care if they stopped immigration dead in their tracks. I don't care if they deported every damn migrant out of this country. I ain't giving Trump the credit. That's how far removed he is from power. whatever happens, they did it, and they decided to do that for effect, which I'm in favor of. If they want to make Trump look like the guy, okay, let us have the guy as an image. I'm game. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm for the image, but I'm astounded over the way that conservatives talk in such a diluted manner. When you hear them talk, they act like this is going to be taken care of. As you said earlier, John, there's no politics. This ain't politics.
Check this out, Brave.
This is about filthy social engineering. What's this?
So
World-class
Brave,
security starts with Mulligan.
So Brave, there are a couple things I noticed when I was going around to the migrant shelters, and the guy that came on the show, he worked for Mulligan Security. I said, huh, that's interesting. Who the hell is Mulligan Security? Right? And why would they need Mulligan Security? And I realized that they are being paid by the government. Go figure.
Yeah.
The hotels, the people that own these hotels that are cashing in, they're not paying security. Right? The government is paying security by way of Mulligan Security.
The whole thing.
The whole shit.
The whole thing is greased top to bottom, and that's why I'm saying you can't, folks. You can't. Just like when you put a piece of butter under an egg and it slips around real nice. That's all they're doing. They're just buttering the frying pan, and everything. They can cook anything they want in that frying pan. And there's people that just. I'm going. No, man. I mean, there's no stopping it. There ain't.
Look at this, Brad.
Yeah.
Look at this, Brad. World-class security starts with Mulligan.
Yeah.
And Mulligan, we pride ourselves. Yeah, hey, do I need to read all this shit?
No, hell no. We get it. World class. Probably, yeah. There's private security companies all over. Private armies, private securities. Well, that's what it's gonna be about. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying with it when. That's why. Go ahead.
Bray, look, I'm about to lead you down the road. I think you know
us.
You know where I'm going.
Yeah, I don't.
You know where I'm going with this, Bray. Like this guy is politically connected. These guys are politically correct.
Well, look at there. Oh my goodness.
But let's see. Hold
on. Did they have a black dude on the front, man? And then all of these guys. They had that black. There he is. There's our man representing the actual public image of Mulligan Class Security. My golly. Then you look at who's pulling the strings in the back. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is people aren't catching. Look at that shit. People ain't catching on to something. They're changing the USA around. They're reconfiguring it. All you're going to have left in the USA in the future is the fun of voting. Other than that,
oh, Brady, that's too much right there. These people making millions of dollars.
Sure, right? Look at them. Sure, look at them all.
Up there, Brady. Like all it takes was a couple of keystrokes, and it's easy to figure it out, Brady.
It ain't nothing to it.
They can't figure it out.
There ain't a damn thing to it. That's why I say somewhere it's I don't how much longer, John, do you see where the small towns across America until they're hit by all this really bad? Right now, it's just the large cities eating this up and getting eaten alive.
I think it can go on for a long time, Brave, to be honest with you.
So do I. I'm hoping that. I'm thinking a good 30 years, 40 years. Yeah, but even then, it's going to get to where, you know what? The stupid kids that are being liberalized, and I don't mean as in liberals, I mean the stupid kids that are being brainwashed into not appreciating where they're at, are going to be so large in number that even in their own little towns, they won't understand that what you're advocating is going to wreck this place that you lived in all your life very peacefully, and they're not getting it.
I want to go back to this picture here for a second, man. Damn, may have a porn bomber here. Hey, guy, why don't you show us a finger or something? Show me that you're not a porn bomber. Every now and then we get those people porn bombing us here. Put something in the chat if you're not a porn bomber. Do something. Let me know who you are. Brave, in this sense, man, it's like the people down at the bottom are more or less getting paid to pamper and house their replacements. when you think about it. And the people at the top who live so far above the fray of all this nonsense, like these people, would probably never face the consequences of it. You know, that's the interesting part. But
other than having to shop where the risk of getting robbed or something like that increases as it goes on. But other than that, you're right. No, they don't feel it. And the people at the bottom, they're like, they're look, bottom feeders. As a bottom feeder myself, we're not particular about things, so it's easy. If people at the bottom, I mean, they're. I don't think they're going to look at themselves as getting replaced as much as just it's things that New York Health Plus Hospitals approved $325 million in migrant security contracts. Taxpayers are lying, motherfuckers, lying. Taxpayers ain't putting that bill. That money was printed and handed over. They put $325 million. Ploop.
Humanitarian relief.
Yes. No, that's saying they always say the taxpayers are doing it to rile up the left-right angst. Oh no! Relax. You know what? Really what kills me is all of this money. I'm amazed that people still fall for the tax-paying okey doke bullshit.
Yeah, I am.
There's so much money. There's so much money being spent now in our faces that people think tax revenues are doing this.
Yeah,
are being used for this. How stupid do you got to be not to catch on to that?
Yeah, the money just doesn't add up. You think most people would see it.
$325 million. Bloop. Look at the crime in the inner cities. How much the cost that is every night, every day. Yeah. Those cities aren't absorbing that crime. They're getting stipends from the printing machine. They're not absorbing the cost of that crime on their budgets. Jeez.
No, they couldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do that. Hey, Brady, I think that building that I showed you was going to be a luxury building, it looks like. And I think it eventually was turned into a migrant shelter. And I think that's what Guy was talking about, is that how they build out the rich group by giving this migrant contract to the owner of that building. Anyway, very, very, very interesting, Brady. Very interesting.
Yeah. No,
anyway, Brady, I think it's been a great chat there.
Thanks for having
me.
I'm
glad I was able to show you
$25 million to hire a couple dudes from Trinidad to stand outside. Shit.
Oh man, Brady, he's talking about the guy that was on this show that came.
Yeah, it was the mask. He was on the mask. Yeah. I don't think. I don't know how much money they got, but So,
what do you think he was making? $20 an hour, Brady?
I don't know. All I'm saying is the black guy that shot the people. He didn't. There was no reason to shoot anybody like that. I mean, why would you? What the hell would happen that you would just plug some people in a damn migrant park?
Did you hear what Ryan said?
No, what did he say?
He said, that man may have grown up in the neighborhood, may have played in that park, and here he is cleaning up after some people that don't belong here. And it's just a friction that I think is going to become more prevalent every day in places like New York, where you have several different layers of underclass. And how do those underclass people get along with each other?
Let's be real clear about the reality of that. Then, yes, there are people with extremely low IQs that are going to be friction, that are going to experience friction more so than anybody else. So that's a large part of what's going to play out in a lot of this. You can bet on it. That's in large part what's going to play out in a lot of this.
Hey, Brave, I'm going to start up a new stream. Go ahead.
The people at the bottom are going to be fighting each other, and we're all going to be going, oh, it's the liberals. And the conservatives are going, oh, it's your fault you voted for them. And on it goes. Okay, buddy.
Hey, I was going to tell you, I'm going to start up a stream in about 15 minutes. I don't know how long I'm going to go. This one's going to be strictly like kind of open panel. I want to know how many people have been vaccinated and if they regret not getting vaccinated. How about that?
They won't admit it.
No, you didn't hear the question. if you regret not getting the vaccination.
No, I'm saying the people that got the vax ain't gonna admit they're not going to admit that it was screwed up, and the people that didn't get the vax will never regret it. My God, I mean, come on, geez, yeah, I mean, the name messenger RNA. The horror is in the name. You're going to put in synthetic messages to the recombinant DNA that comes out of my nucleus. I don't need another messenger. The cells spit that message out. That's what the DNA is for. The cells spit that information out to that cell what to do. To put in a synthetic messenger, that's why they even put it in the name, right in your face. Messenger RNA. They should have put synthetic messenger, but they couldn't quite go that far. But messenger RNA. It's like that alone. I'm going, whoa. That's a brave ass.
Brave, did you ever even consider getting
No, I don't even get flu shots, man. I never get flu shots.
You never were afraid to say, oh my God, it's killing people. I got to go get it.
Hell no. No. I said, whatever this is, if it's real, that vaccine ain't stopping it. That's bullshit. Number one. Number two, I'm telling you, I looked up, you look into things. Messenger RNA.
Wait, I'm talking about before the vax. Were you afraid? Like
no,
before all?
No, because
did you think it was bullshit all along?
Yeah, by and large, I figured it might be a little something, but I said, by and large, I don't put nothing past the world rulers, and when it went worldwide so fast, that alone is like, all right, no. I get how fast things can travel. I get it with jetliners and flus and everything like that, but no. The whole thing seemed like a crock, and it was just, and then it comes out that they're like your show you were talking the other day, flu went away all of a sudden, shit like that. The people that were killed in people were getting paid. The hospitals were getting paid to call it a death from the sea. So I mean, the whole thing. I mean, it's just, that's what I'm saying. As things go on, it's becoming more and more apparent that we're living in a very, very synthetic world, and people are just, it's amazing to me how much in denial they are, because I'm not saying lose sleep over it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying as an elder or as somebody 50 or 40, it's your job to stand back and go, whoa, all righty then, and live your life. But to carry on the panic, and the stupid partisan nonsense, it's not a good look for our culture. Meaning that means that we've never been a culture that governs ourselves. We've always been nothing but a herd that has, even back in the old days, when I was a kid, we were herd. When I look back on the programming and everything, we've been herded very sufficiently and phenomenally for the last 200 years on these shores. And we are the beneficiaries of a very high standard of living in this game they played here. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm saying it. Even though we're herded and we're manipulated, we got damn lucky, because the same people creating the USA also create Bangladesh. See, that's what people don't get it. The same people creating the USA create Mexico. The same people creating USA create Niger and Nigeria. They don't, people they're not catching on to the fact that somehow we landed in the place to be when it comes to the bullshit. The old saying goes, U.S. citizens stepped in a pile of shit and came out smelling like roses.
Indeed.
See you later, John.
Yeah, see you later, Brave. Hey, come on the next show if you want to come in and just give us a brief snippet. If you took the test, why you didn't take it, I'd be curious to know. Everyone, I want to get a sampling of people. If people call in, I'm even going to have the phone line open so people can call in if they want.
All righty. Talk to you later.
See you, Brave. All right. Yeah, so I'm going to have another stream. Excuse me. And I'll go as long as it takes, for a couple hours. Maybe it depends on who calls in. And we're just going to have a open panel on COVID, thoughts on COVID. Did you regret taking the test? I mean, the shot. Do you regret not taking it? Did it ruin your family relations? Things like that. So that's about to start up. I'll just start it right now, a few minutes early. So if you're interested, come over. If not, I'll talk to you on the next stream. Thanks again, Be Brave, for jumping up here.